It was supposed to be a simple summer photo shoot, you know, the kind where you drive out of the city, find some idyllic spot in the countryside, and get some killer shots with natural light. Daniel, my photographer friend, had this idea of capturing a sort of raw, untamed beauty against a backdrop of rural Americana. I was all in for it. Anything to escape the concrete jungle and the usual studio lights for a day. We piled into his old Jeep Wrangler, windows down, music blasting, and headed out towards Shadow Creek County. Hollow Creek was the name of the town he'd found online. Sounded cute and quaint. Perryville was the last real town we passed through. A blink and you'll miss it kind of place with a gas station, a diner, and not much else. After that, the roads started getting smaller, the asphalt turning to gravel and then to just packed dirt and loose stones. Trees closed in on both sides, and the GPS signal started acting up, waving goodbye and leaving us to our own devices. It was getting seriously remote, and the charming countryside was starting to feel more isolated and, honestly, a bit creepy. We were supposed to be heading towards some old covered bridge he'd scouted online, but we'd been driving for ages on these back roads, and everything was starting to look the same. Just endless stretches of green, dense woods, and the occasional barbed wire fence. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, heavy with the summer heat. Daniel was fiddling with his phone, trying to get a signal back, muttering about dead zones and how unreliable these rural areas were. I was in the passenger seat, looking out the window, half admiring the scenery, half starting to feel a knot of unease in my stomach. It was too quiet, if that makes sense. Like, even the usual sounds of insects and birds felt muted, almost muffled. Then it happened. We were crawling along this really bumpy track, dust swirling behind the Jeep like a brown cloud. Daniel was focused on the road, trying to avoid the bigger potholes. I was just kind of scanning the tree line, my mind wandering when I saw it. It was on a hill in the distance, through a break in the trees. Something massive moved. Just for a second, a flash of dark color against the green. It was in the tree line, maybe halfway up the slope. "Daniel, stop! Did you see that?" I blurted out, grabbing his arm. He jerked the Jeep to a halt, sending up a spray of gravel. "See what? What is it?" He sounded annoyed, probably because I'd startled him and we were already lost and behind schedule. "Up there on the hill," I pointed, my heart starting to thump faster. "In the trees, did you see something move? Like, big?" He squinted, shading his eyes with his hand, looking in the direction I was pointing. "No, I didn't see anything, just trees. Probably a deer, or, I don't know, maybe a cow way off in the distance." He was being dismissive, clearly not interested in stopping and looking for whatever I thought I'd seen. "Look, we're already losing daylight, Isabella. We need to find this bridge before the light's gone." "No, Daniel. It wasn't a deer or a cow. It was different. It was huge." My voice was getting shaky now, but I was adamant. I knew what I'd seen, even if it was just for a second. He sighed, rolling his eyes slightly but humoring me a little. "Okay, describe it then. What did you see?" I tried to put it into words, but it felt ridiculous even as I said it. It was dark, like really dark, almost black, and big, taller than any person, way taller. Maybe 8, 9 feet tall, I don't know, and broad, like huge shoulders. It was moving fast, Daniel, really fast, up the hill, through the trees, faster than any person could run for sure. I struggled to explain the sheer scale and speed of it. It was upright, walking on 2 legs, and I think it was covered in fur, dark fur. He stared at me for a moment, a skeptical look on his face. 8 feet tall, walking on 2 legs. Isabella, are you sure you weren't just imagining things? Maybe you're just tired. The heat is getting to you. I'm not imagining it, Daniel. I saw it. It was there, I swear. It wasn't a bear either. Bears don't walk like that. And it was too tall, too human-shaped, but not human at all. And way too fast. The more I tried to describe it, the more surreal it sounded, even to me. But I knew what I'd seen. I'd seen something impossibly large and dark, moving with incredible speed through the trees. Daniel still looked unconvinced, but he could see I was genuinely shaken. He softened his tone a bit. Okay, maybe you did see something. Maybe it was a bear standing on its hind legs, or, I don't know, a trick of the light. Look, even if you did see something weird, we need to keep moving. We're losing time. He started the engine again, putting the Jeep back into gear. Let's just find this cabin I saw on the map, set up camp, get the shoot done tomorrow morning, and then get out of here. How does that sound? Cabin? He hadn't mentioned a cabin before. What cabin? I asked, still unnerved by the image of the dark, giant figure burned into my mind. Yeah, I saw something on the map a few miles back, labeled abandoned cabin or something like that. Figured we could check it out. Maybe it'll be a cool spot for some shots. And at least it'll be somewhere to spend the night instead of just sleeping in the Jeep. He tried to sound enthusiastic, but I could tell he was just trying to distract me from whatever I thought I'd seen. We drove on in silence for a while, the earlier excitement of the day completely gone, replaced by a heavy, creeping unease. Every shadow in the trees seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded louder, more menacing. I kept looking back at the hill, half expecting to see that dark shape reappear, but the tree line remained still and silent. After what felt like forever, we came to a track leading off the main dirt road, barely more than 2 ruts in the earth, overgrown with weeds. Daniel turned onto it, the Jeep bouncing and rattling even more violently than before. The trees were even denser here, the light dimming even in the late afternoon sun. The air felt colder, heavier. And then, through the trees, we saw it. The cabin. "Oh God, Daniel, are you sure about this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't what I was expecting. In my head, I'd pictured something rustic but charming, maybe a bit weathered but still standing strong. This was just falling apart. It was a small, one-room shack made of rotting logs, the roof sagging in places, the windows boarded up with cracked and splintered wood. The porch was leaning precariously, ready to collapse at any moment. It looked like it hadn't been touched or inhabited in decades, maybe longer. It was the most desolate, depressing place I'd ever seen. Yeah, this is rustic," Daniel said, his voice sounding a bit less sure than before. He parked the Jeep a short distance from the cabin, in a small clearing choked with weeds and overgrown bushes. Maybe it's better than I thought." He tried to inject some enthusiasm into his voice, but it fell flat. We got out of the Jeep, the silence of the woods pressing in on us. It wasn't just quiet, it was silent, eerily silent. No birdsong, no insects buzzing, just nothing. The air hung still and heavy, the oppressive summer heat clinging to us like a damp cloth. As we walked towards the cabin, the closer we got, the worse it looked. The wood was black with rot and mold, and there were holes in the walls where entire logs had crumbled away. The smell was damp and musty, mixed with the faint, sickly, sweet odor of decay. Daniel tried to open the front door, but it was jammed shut, swollen with damp. He had to kick at it a few times before it finally groaned open, revealing a dark, musty interior. The inside was even worse than the outside. The air was thick with dust and mildew, the floorboards warped and uneven, and the single room was filled with shadows and cobwebs. There was a rusty old metal cot in one corner, a broken wooden chair in another, and that was about it for furniture. "Right, well, this is charmingly dilapidated," Daniel said, trying to sound upbeat, but his voice wavered slightly. He took out his camera, starting to snap photos of the cabin, probably trying to convince himself, and me, that this was still a good idea. "Think of the mood, Isabella. Gritty, authentic, abandoned. This is gold. I just stared at the cabin, a cold knot of dread tightening in my stomach. This place, it felt wrong. Not just run down, but wrong. Like something bad had happened here, something that had soaked into the wood, lingered in the air. "Daniel, I don't like this place," I said quietly, my voice barely audible. He looked up from his camera, finally seeming to notice the way I was looking at the cabin, my face probably pale and strained. "What? What's wrong? Too rustic for you, city girl?" He tried to joke, but there was an edge to his voice. "No, it's not that. It just feels bad. I don't want to stay here, Daniel. Can't we just go back to Perryville, find a motel or something, please?" The thought of spending the night in this rotting shack filled me with a deep, irrational fear. He hesitated, looking at me, then back at the cabin, then around at the darkening woods. The sun was already starting to dip below the tree line, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing. The air seemed to grow colder with every passing minute. "Look, Isabella," he said, his voice lower now, more serious. "We're pretty far out now. It's going to be dark soon, and my phone is still dead, no signal at all. We could try to drive back to Perryville, but we could easily get even more lost in the dark on these back roads. At least here we have shelter. Sort of." He gestured vaguely at the crumbling cabin. "We can lock the door, stay inside, wait for morning. Then we can head back, get some coffee, find a decent breakfast. How about that?" He was right, logically. Driving around these unknown back roads in the dark was probably a worse idea. And as awful as the cabin was, it was shelter, sort of. I hated it. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to get out of this place, but I didn't know where else to go. "Okay," I said finally, my voice small and reluctant. "Okay, we'll stay, but please, let's not stay out here after dark. Let's get inside now." Daniel nodded, a relieved look on his face. "Good plan. Let's grab our stuff from the jeep, and then we can barricade ourselves in this rustic retreat." He tried for a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. We hurried back to the jeep, grabbed our backpacks and camera equipment, and practically ran back to the cabin. Daniel wrestled the door closed, pushing a heavy, rotting wooden beam across it as a makeshift lock. It didn't feel very secure, but it was better than nothing. We were inside, in the gloom of the cabin, the air thick with dust and the smell of decay. The single boarded-up window let in only slivers of dying light, casting strange shadows that danced and flickered with every breath of wind. Outside, the woods seemed to press in closer, the silence growing heavier, more ominous. Daniel rummaged through his backpack, pulling out a small camping lantern and a couple of protein bars. "Dinner is served," he said, trying to lighten the mood, but his voice still sounded strained. He lit the lantern, the dim yellow light pushing back some of the shadows, but it also made the interior of the cabin look even more depressing, highlighting the grime and rot. We ate our protein bars in silence, the only sound the occasional creak of the cabin settling and the growing rustling and whispering of the woods outside. Every little sound made me jump. My nerves were stretched tight, my senses on high alert. I kept thinking about what I'd seen on the hill, that dark giant figure moving through the trees. What if it was still out there? What if it had seen us? As darkness fell completely, the silence outside seemed to intensify. The woods no longer whispered, they just waited. The cabin felt like a flimsy box in the middle of something vast and unknowable, surrounded by unseen eyes. "Okay," Daniel said finally, breaking the silence, his voice low. Let's try to get some sleep. We can take shifts. One of us stays awake, the other tries to sleep, just in case." He didn't say, in case of what, but we both knew. In case whatever was out there decided to come closer. I nodded, too scared to speak. Daniel took the first watch, sitting on the broken chair, the lantern casting his face in flickering shadows. I lay down on the rusty cot, pulling my jacket around me, trying to ignore the smell of mildew and rust, trying to ignore the creeping cold fear that was spreading through me. I closed my eyes, but sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, every snap of a twig sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I strained my ears, listening, trying to discern any sounds above the normal sounds of the forest. And then I heard it. It was faint at first, almost indistinct, easily mistaken for the wind. But it wasn't the wind. It was a sound of movement, something heavy moving through the undergrowth. It was coming from the woods, from the darkness surrounding the cabin. My heart hammered against my ribs. I sat up abruptly, my eyes wide, staring into the shadows. Daniel looked at me, his eyes questioning. I pointed to the boarded-up window, whispering, "Did you hear that? Something outside." He listened intently, his head cocked to one side. For a moment there was only silence, and I started to think I'd imagined it, that my fear was playing tricks on my ears. And then it came again, louder this time. A distinct snapping of branches, the heavy rustle of leaves being pushed aside. Something big was moving out there, closer to the cabin. Daniel's face went pale in the lantern light. He stood up slowly, grabbing his camera, holding it like a weapon. "What is that?" he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. "I don't know," I whispered back, my voice shaking even more than his. "But I think it's what I saw on the hill." The sounds were getting closer now, more distinct. Heavy footsteps, snapping twigs, the rustling of branches. It was moving directly towards the cabin. Whatever it was big, and it was coming for us. We stood frozen, listening, our breath held tight in our chests. The wooden door, with its flimsy beam lock, suddenly felt impossibly fragile, like a thin piece of paper between us and whatever was outside. And then, just outside the cabin, right outside the boarded-up window, we heard it. A sound that made the blood run cold in my veins. A low, guttural growl, deep, menacing, inhuman. It vibrated through the walls of the cabin, sending shivers down my spine. It wasn't an animal sound I'd ever heard before. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, not any creature I could even imagine. It was something else entirely. Something ancient, something primal, something terrifying. The growl faded into a low rumble, and then there was silence again. But it wasn't the same silence as before. This silence was heavy, charged, pregnant with menace. We knew it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching us. We stood motionless, barely breathing, for what felt like an eternity. The lantern light flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, making the cabin feel like a fragile cage surrounded by something vast and hungry. Then, without warning, it happened. A deafening crash against the side of the cabin, right next to the window. The whole structure shuddered violently, boards splintered, wood cracked. The sound was like thunder in the small cabin. We both screamed, jumping back, our hearts leaping into our throats. Daniel dropped his camera. It clattered to the floor. I stumbled backward, tripping over the cot, falling heavily against the wall. Another crash, even louder this time, against the front of the cabin, right against the door. The rotting wood groaned and buckled. The makeshift beam lock snapped with a sharp crack, splintering into pieces. The door burst inward, ripped from its hinges, crashing to the floor, letting in a blast of cold night air and the overwhelming darkness of the woods. And then, nothing. Silence again. But this time, it wasn't silence born of waiting. It was the silence of absence. The oppressive weight, the feeling of being watched, it was suddenly gone. The growls, the crashes, the heavy movements, all vanished as if they had never been. Daniel and I stood there, frozen in shock, staring at the gaping hole where the door had been. The lantern still flickered, casting weak yellow light into the darkness outside, but we could see nothing, just the impenetrable blackness of the trees. We stood there for minutes, maybe longer, our breath coming in ragged gasps, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. We didn't move, didn't speak, just stared out into the void. The fear was so intense, it felt like a physical weight crushing us. Eventually, slowly, cautiously, Daniel moved. He picked up his camera from the floor, his hand shaking so badly he almost dropped it again. He shined the camera's flashlight beam out into the darkness, sweeping it back and forth, searching for something, anything. Nothing, just trees, shadows, the rustling of leaves in the wind, now sounding normal, almost comforting, after the terrifying sounds of moments before. Whatever had been out there was gone, vanished into the night as suddenly as it had appeared. We didn't sleep at all that night. We stayed huddled together in the corner of the cabin, shivering with cold and fear, listening to every sound, every rustle, every creak. But there were no more growls, no more crashes, no more heavy footsteps. The woods were silent. As soon as the first hint of dawn appeared in the sky, we were out of that cabin. We didn't even pack our bags properly, just threw everything into the Jeep and started driving, not stopping until we were back on paved roads, miles away from Willow Creek, miles away from that cabin, miles away from whatever it was that had been in the woods. We never went back, never talked about it much after that day. Daniel deleted all the photos he'd taken of the cabin. We just tried to forget it ever happened. But I can't. I still see it sometimes when I close my eyes. That dark shape on the hill, that terrifying growl in the night. And I still wonder, what was it? What did we see out there in Willow Creek? And what would have happened if it had gotten inside that cabin? To this day, I have no explanation for what we experienced. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I still wake up in a cold sweat hearing that growl echoing in my ears. And I know deep down that something out there is still lurking in the shadows of those woods. Something ancient and unknowable, something terrifyingly real. And that knowing, that's the part that chills me to the bone even now. Story 2. It's funny, I guess, talking about it now years later, it still feels like it just happened. People who weren't there, they can't really grasp it. Like it had been a hallucination, a shared dream. But the scratches on the truck bed, the white hairs we found caught in them, they were real. The terror, the screech, the image of that face, those were real. We never went back to the cabin. We cancelled the rest of our vacation, lost our money, didn't care. We never told anyone the full story. Not really. How do you even explain something like that? People would think we were crazy. Maybe we are. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that screech in my head, seeing those terrified eyes. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it wanted. I just know it was real, and I know I never want to see it again. To this day, I can't explain it. I don't have answers. Just the memory and the absolute certainty that something is out there in those woods, something terrifying and unknown. And whatever Jedediah's cows were running into, I have a horrible feeling it wasn't aliens. It was something much, much worse. Story 15. So, Black Ridge Mountains in Virginia, near Skyline Drive. Beautiful place. Don't get me wrong. I'm used to Vermont woods, grew up hiking and camping, feel comfortable in the backcountry. Needed a solo trip, you know? Just me and the trees. Found this spot, Whispering Falls campsite. Sounded perfect. Park ranger I talked to before heading in said it was secluded, told me to follow this brook, can't miss it. He was right. Walked in late afternoon, sun starting to dip, golden light through the leaves. Followed the brook, just like he said, winding trail, getting deeper and deeper in. Nice hike, honestly. Air was crisp, smelled like pine and damp earth. Reached the falls around dusk, water trickling down these moss-covered rocks into a little pool. Campsite was tucked right there, flat spot for a tent, fire ring already there. Perfect. Set up camp quick, the light was fading fast. Simple tent, sleeping bag, cooking gear, I always pack light. Made a fire, cooked myself some freeze-dried whatever, watched the flames flicker. Peaceful, really was. Just the sound of the water and the crackle of the fire. Stars started coming out, bright as hell. No phone signal, which was the point. Just me and the wilderness. Went to bed early, tired from the hike. Everything was quiet, almost too quiet. That's the thing about deep woods silence. It can get to you if you're not used to it. Every little snap of a twig sounds like a gunshot, but I drifted off pretty easy, comfortable in my bag, listening to the water. Then it happened. Woke up with a jolt. Didn't know what it was at first. Just alert. Like your body screams at you to wake up without your brain catching up. Heart was pounding already. I listened. Silence again, but different this time. Heavy, pressurized almost. And then I heard it. Rocks. Definitely rocks. Not pebbles skittering down a slope. Big ones being thrown, slamming into trees, hitting the ground, rolling. Coming from uphill, away from the falls, deeper into the woods. Boom, crack, thump. Each one louder than the last. And closer, my tent's thin nylon, like tissue paper against sound. It felt like they were right outside. Not just rocks, footsteps. Heavy, slow footsteps, like something big, really big, was walking towards me, not crashing through the undergrowth like an animal running, deliberate, purposeful. Terror, pure, cold terror, seized me by the throat. I was in my sleeping bag, zipped up tight, in a flimsy tent, miles from anywhere, and something massive was approaching. Rocks being thrown, footsteps getting closer. My mind raced. Bear? Mountain lion? But the way the rocks were being thrown, and the weight of the footsteps, didn't feel like an animal. Felt different, intelligent almost, malicious. My .357 Magnum. Always carry it in bear country. Never had to use it, never wanted to, but it was right there beside my sleeping bag, in its holster. Hand shaking, I unzipped the bag, fumbled for the gun. Cold metal in my hand. Safety off. The footsteps were right outside the tent now. I could hear breathing, heavy, ragged breathing, smelled musky. Wet earth and something else, something rank, underneath. The tent fabric pressed inward slightly, like something was leaning on it, right next to my head. Adrenaline flooded me. Heart hammering so hard I thought it would explode. My hands were slick with sweat, but I gripped the gun tight. I knew I had to do something. Hiding in the tent wasn't an option. Whatever was out there was already too close. "Hey!" My voice cracked, thin and weak even to my own ears. Sounded pathetic. Silence for a second. Then another heavy footstep, closer this time. And a low growl, not like a dog growl. Deeper, more guttural, more human-like. No, that's crazy, but it was a growl, I swear it. Like something straining, angry. No more warning, just instinct. I pointed the gun towards the ground, right outside the tent flap, and pulled the trigger. Blam! The sound ripped through the night, deafening in the enclosed space of the tent. Muzzle flash lit up the inside for a split second. My ears rang. Silence again, except for the ringing. And then it was gone, just like that. No more footsteps, no more breathing, no more growls, just gone. I sat there, frozen, gun still clutched in my hand, listening. Minutes stretched on, only the whisper of the falls and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Did I scare it off? What the hell was it? Bear. Definitely not acting like any bear I'd ever heard of. Mountain lion doesn't throw rocks. Slowly, carefully, I unzipped the tent flap a crack and peered out. Dark. Moon was hidden behind clouds. Couldn't see anything beyond the fire ring. The embers were glowing faintly. Everything was still, silent, too silent. I didn't sleep any more that night, no way. I huddled against a tree, fire long died down to ash, gun in my lap, eyes wide open, staring into the darkness. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a branch sent a jolt of fear through me. The temperature dropped, got bitter cold, but I didn't dare go back into the tent. Figured if whatever it was came back, I'd rather be out in the open, maybe have a chance to see it coming. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. Longest, most terrifying night of my life. As soon as there was the faintest hint of light in the east, I packed up. Didn't even bother making breakfast. Threw everything in my pack, ripped the tent stakes out of the ground, leaving the tent standing there like a ghost, and started walking. Needed to get out of there. Now. Didn't follow the brook back. Found Hemlock Trail on my map, looked like it headed towards the ridge, would eventually lead back to the main park road. Took off uphill, didn't look back, just kept moving. Every shadow looked like something was watching me. Every sound made me jump. Still gripped the gun tight, safety off, finger on the trigger. Ready. For what I didn't even know. Sun started to rise, painting the sky orange and pink. Finally felt like I was getting somewhere. Trail climbed steeply, switchbacks winding up the ridge. Figured I was putting some distance between me and Whispering Falls. Started to breathe a little easier. Thought maybe, just maybe, I was going to be okay. Maybe it was just a weird animal. Maybe it was nothing at all. Just my nerves playing tricks on me. Yeah, right. Then I heard it again. The rocks. Not as close this time, but definitely the same sound. Rocks being thrown. Boom, crack, thump. From down below, back towards Whispering Falls. Coming up the slope behind me. And the footsteps. Still heavy, still slow, still deliberate, getting closer. My blood ran cold again. It wasn't gone. It was following me, chasing me. Up the mountain. I stopped. Heart pounding, spun around. Sun was just cresting the ridge peak above me, blindingly bright for a second. Had to shield my eyes. Squinted, trying to see down the slope, through the trees. Couldn't see anything clearly in the shadows. Then I saw it. Just a glimpse for maybe a second, silhouetted against the rising sun. Up on the ridge peak, above the trees, looking down towards me. Humanoid. Definitely humanoid shape. Tall. Broader shoulders than a man. Couldn't make out details, just the outline against the light. Dark shape against the bright sun. Like a shadow had taken human form. And then it screamed. Not like any animal scream I've ever heard. Started high, piercing, like a baby crying, but then it dropped. Deep, guttural, agonizing, like something was being tortured, screaming in pure, unadulterated pain. But angry pain. Furious pain. The sound ripped through the mountain air, echoing off the rocks, sent shivers down my spine. Every hair on my body stood on end. It was the most unholy, terrifying sound I have ever heard in my life. Panic seized me. Complete, utter, blind panic. I didn't think, didn't aim, just raised the gun and started firing. 5 shots, boom, 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 boom. Emptied the cylinder as fast as I could pull the trigger, firing blindly towards the silhouette on the ridge. The gun bucked in my hand, the sound echoing back and forth, deafening, meaningless. By the time the last shot rang out, the figure was gone. Just vanished, as fast as it appeared. 1 second there, silhouetted against the sun, screaming. Next second, nothing. Empty ridge peak. I stood there, breathing hard, gun empty in my hand, shaking so bad I could barely hold it. Stared at the ridge peak. Nothing. Silence again, except my own ragged breathing and the ringing in my ears. Didn't wait, didn't reload, just turned and ran. Bolted up Hemlock Trail, scrambling over rocks, pushing through bushes, legs burning, lungs aching. Just had to get out of there. Get to my car. Get to people. Didn't stop running until I reached the park road. Collapsed onto the asphalt, gasping for air, legs trembling, still clutching the empty gun. Waited there for a while, catching my breath, trying to calm down, listening for any sound behind me. Nothing. Just the wind in the trees, the sound of traffic in the distance. Seemed almost normal. But nothing felt normal anymore. Walked to the ranger station near Junction 64, like a zombie. Sun was fully up now, world bright and sharp. Inside, the ranger was behind the desk, same guy I'd talked to the day before. He looked up when I came in. Expression didn't change, like he was expecting me. Had a bit of trouble up at Whispering Falls, I said, voice still shaky. Tried to explain, stumbling over words, about the rocks. The footsteps, the figure, the scream. Left out the gunshots at first, felt stupid admitting I'd fired at nothing, or something. I don't know what the hell it was. He listened, didn't interrupt, just nodded slowly. No surprise in his eyes, no disbelief, nothing. Like he'd heard it all before. When I finished, he just said, "Yep, Black Ridge can be unsettling, especially at Whispering Falls." Unsettling. Unsettling. That was the word he used. I'd just been chased by something that threw rocks, screamed like a demon baby, and he called it unsettling. "We're actually closing down that section of the park," he said then, matter-of-factly. "Bad weather coming in. Snow expected. Shouldn't be hiking up there for a while." Snow. Weather forecast had been clear for days, sunny and mild. No mention of snow. I checked before I left Vermont. "Snow?" I asked, dumbfounded. "But the forecast." He just shrugged. "Mountain weather, you know how it is. Changes quick." He gestured to another ranger, sitting at a different desk, looking at a map. "This is Relief Ranger Thompson. He'll escort you back to your campsite, just to check things out." Escort? Check things out? What was going on? This felt so weird, too calm, too planned, like they knew, like they expected something to happen. Relief Ranger Thompson was younger, quieter, didn't say much, just nodded when the first ranger explained the situation, grabbed a radio and said, "Let's go." We drove back up towards Skyline Drive in his Park Service truck, then hiked back down Hemlock Trail towards Whispering Falls. Everything was quiet, airy quiet. Sun was shining, birds were chirping, normal day in the woods, but it felt heavy, like the air was thick with something unspoken. Reached the campsite. Tent was still standing there, just like I left it. Relief Ranger Thompson walked around, looked at the fire ring, glanced around the trees. Didn't say anything. I pointed to where the rocks had hit, showed him the path I ran up Hemlock Trail. He just nodded again. Radio crackled, static, then a voice I couldn't understand. Thompson answered something short, clipped into the radio, then turned to me. "Let's walk up the trail a bit," he said. "Show me where you saw this thing." We started back up Hemlock Trail, climbing towards the ridge peak. Sun was higher now, shadows shorter, everything looked normal, beautiful even. But I was tense, every muscle coiled tight, expecting something. Reached the point on the trail where I'd seen the figure silhouetted against the sun. Thompson stopped, looked around. "Right here?" he asked, voice low. I nodded, pointing to the ridge peak. "Up there, just for a second, and then the scream." My voice still cracked on the word scream. Thompson looked up at the ridge, then back at me. His face was unreadable. "Mountain lions can make some strange noises," he said finally, voice neutral. "Sometimes they sound unusual. Mountain lions, really? After everything, the rocks, the footsteps, that scream, and the humanoid shape? Mountain lion?" He didn't believe it any more than I did. He was just saying something. Protocol, maybe. Saying the official explanation. Keep it simple, keep it quiet. We stood there for a minute longer, looking up at the ridge peak. Nothing. Just trees and rocks and sky. Then Thompson turned to me, a look in his eyes I couldn't quite decipher. Something knowing, something resigned, something maybe even a little scared. "Let's head back down," he said. "Weather's supposed to turn. Best to get out of here." We hiked back down in silence, reached the truck, drove back to the ranger station. First ranger handed me some paperwork to fill out, incident report or something. Asked a few more questions, polite, official, meaningless questions. "What kind of animal did you think it was? Did you get a good look at it? Describe the noises in detail, like it was just filling boxes. Like they already knew the answers, or didn't want to know the real answers." Drove back to Vermont that day, in a daze. Haven't been back to Virginia since. Haven't been camping alone since. Still jump at sudden noises. Still wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding. I don't know what I saw up there on Black Ridge. Don't know what screamed. Don't know what threw those rocks. Don't know why the rangers acted so weird. But I know it wasn't a mountain lion. And I know it was real. More real than anything I've ever experienced. And the worst part? Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night in the quiet dark, I think I can still hear it. Faint, distant, but there. The scream, echoing from the Black Ridge Mountains. And I know, deep down, it's still out there. Waiting, watching. And I'm never going back to find out what it is. Never again. You try to explain, and you just sound like you're making things up, or like you saw a bear or something and your imagination ran wild. But it wasn't a bear. Not even close. It was early September, 98. I was young, always been a hunter, small game mostly. Squirrels, rabbits, sometimes turkey if I was lucky. Needed to fill the freezer before winter hit, you know. Pinewood State Forest. I knew it like the back of my hand. Been going there with my dad since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. Never had a bad day there. Peaceful, quiet, just you and the woods. That morning was crisp, the kind of morning that makes you glad to be alive, even when you're up before dawn. Drove down Old Forest Road, turned right onto Oak Trail like I always did. Parked in that wide spot near the edge of the woods. It was still kind of dusky out, the sun just barely starting to think about coming up. Grabbed my .22, backpack with some water and jerky, and headed into the trees. Found this fallen log a little ways in, nice and dry, perfect spot to just sit and wait. Squirrels are usually pretty active early, moving around. Settled down, leaned back against a tree, just listening to the woods wake up. Birds were chirping, the leaves rustling a bit in the halka breeze. Normal stuff. Then I heard it. Turkey call. Gobble, gobble, real clear. I thought, well, that's a bit lucky. Usually turkeys are quieter this time of day. Tried to pinpoint where it was coming from. Sounded like deeper in the woods, kinda to my right maybe. But then, just after the turkey call, I heard this different sound. It was like thwack, thwack, thwack. Like wood hitting wood, real sharp, but hollow sounding at the same time. It was weird. Didn't sound natural, like someone was out there banging sticks together or something, but why would anyone be doing that? And then came the growls. Not like a dog growl, not even like a bear growl, deeper, guttural, like something struggling to push the sound out. Ugh. That's the closest I can get to describing it, and even that doesn't really capture it. It made the hairs on my arms stand up a little bit, even though I didn't know why. Just something about the sound. It wasn't right. The turkey called again this time. It was definitely behind me. I remember thinking that was strange, since I thought I heard it to my right just a second ago. It was like it moved fast, or, well, I didn't know what to think. The thwack thwack and those growls came again, closer this time, and then something really messed up happened. It tried to mimic the turkey. Like the sounds weren't the same, not even close, but it was trying to make the same gobble sound. But it came out all wrong, like a strangled turkey, raspy and broken. It was horrifyingly bad. Like it made the turkey call earlier sound like a perfect opera singer in comparison. It was a mangled, painful imitation. That's when a real chill went down my spine. This wasn't normal wood sounds. This wasn't anything I'd ever heard before. The woods went quiet for a second after that mangled turkey sound. Then, bang! Not a gunshot, louder than that. Like something huge just slammed against something, and then the scream. I still can't talk about that scream without feeling it again, even now. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal I've ever heard. It was unearthly. It was pain, terror, pure agony, all wrapped up in one sound. It started high, piercing, like nails on a chalkboard amplified 1,000 times, and then it just dropped. Down into this guttural, choking sound, like something was being ripped apart or suffocated while screaming. It went on for, I don't know how long. Felt like forever. My blood went ice cold. Every single hair on my body stood straight up. My heart was pounding in my chest like it was trying to break free. I jumped up from that log, totally disoriented. The woods, which had been full of morning sounds just moments before, went dead silent. Completely silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just silence. Except for my own breath, ragged and shaky, and the pounding of my heart in my ears. Those growls, those horrible growls started up again, echoing deeper in the woods behind me, and that mangled turkey call further off this time, but still there. Hunting was the furthest thing from my mind then. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of there, now. I turned around and started running, full sprint back the way I came, towards Oak Trail, towards my truck, towards anything that wasn't this nightmare forest. I was clumsy, tripping over roots and branches whipping across my face, but I didn't slow down. I just wanted to get out. I was maybe 100 yards from the trail. I could almost see the break in the trees when I heard it. Something moving fast, coming down the slope towards me, heavy like something big and clumsy, crashing through the underbrush. Not running on all fours, though, it was like upright, heavy footfalls and branches snapping. I froze, paralyzed. I didn't want to turn around, I really didn't. But the sound was getting closer, so fast. Slowly, terrified, I lifted my head and looked up the slope, and then I saw it. It was tall. Taller than any man I'd ever seen, easy 7 feet, maybe more, color, rusty, like dried blood or old iron, covered in, I don't know, not fur, not really, more like matted, coarse hair, the color of rust. It was coming down the hill in huge strides, branches breaking in its path like twigs. Its face, that's what I'll never forget. Vaguely humanoid, but stretched, wrong. Long snout, not like a dog, more like a tapir, but sharper, more angular. Eyes set deep in the shadows of its face, and they were intelligent. That's the thing that really messed with me. It wasn't just a dumb animal. There was something behind those eyes, something aware, something thinking. It was barreling straight towards me. I was frozen, just staring. Adrenaline slammed into me, finally breaking the paralysis. I saw a thick branch hanging low from a tree just beside the trail. Instinctively, I lunged for it, grabbed it with both hands, and hauled myself up, scrambled up onto the thickest part of the branch, just as this thing reached the trail where I'd been standing. It ran right under me. I could feel the air move as it went by. It was so close I could smell it. That's another thing I can't describe. Musky, yes, but something else, something acrid, almost rotten, like something dead mixed with wet dog and something else I don't know, chemical maybe, just a horrible, sickening smell. It stopped right there in the middle of the trail, right where I had been standing seconds before. It looked up at me. I was hanging onto that branch for dear life, heart hammering, every muscle screaming. Its face when it looked up at me. I saw its eyes clearly then. They were dark, almost black, and surprised. It looked genuinely surprised to see me, like it hadn't expected me to be there. Then it did something even stranger. It let out this yelp, like a startled dog, but higher pitched and almost whining. Not aggressive, not threatening at all, confused. That's the only word for it. It sounded confused. And then, just as fast as it had come, it turned around and ran back up the hill, crashed back into the woods, heading back up the slope, making even more noise going uphill. It let out these high-pitched cries as it ran. Not growls anymore, not screams, but these sharp, yelping cries, like it was scared. I stayed up in that tree for what felt like forever, just shaking. Couldn't hear anything anymore, just the pounding of my own heart and my breath rattling in my chest. Finally, after a long, long time, I slowly climbed down, legs like jelly. I didn't run back to my truck right away. I couldn't. I just stood there on the trail, staring in the direction it had gone, trying to make sense of what I had just seen, trying to tell myself it was a bear or a deer or anything normal, but it wasn't. It was that thing. Slowly I started walking back towards the trail, towards my truck, still shaking, still terrified, but just needing to get out of there. I stumbled out onto Oak Trail, and there, parked right next to my truck, was another pickup. 2 guys were just getting out, dressed in hunting gear. I was a mess. Face scratched, clothes ripped, covered in dirt and leaves, just pale as a ghost. They looked at me, surprised. "You all right, son?" one of them asked, older guy, with a thick beard. I just stammered. Did you hear anything?" Voice cracked and shaky. They looked at each other. The other one, younger, said, "Yeah, we heard some yelling, sounded weird. Kinda spooked us, actually." Yelling? It was a scream. Horrible scream. I was almost hyperventilating at this point. And growls, and something tried to sound like a turkey. I just started rambling, couldn't stop the words from tumbling out. The older guy frowned. "Turkey? We heard that, yeah. Sounded off. And then those shouts. What the hell was going on in there?" It was big, tall, rusty-colored, like a man, but not. It chased me. It was right there. I pointed back into the woods, towards the slope. It ran right under me. They were looking at me like I was crazy. "Ran under you? What are you talking about?" "In the woods, up there. We have to go back, see if it's still there." I don't know why I said that. Part of me wanted to run, to get in my truck and drive away and never look back. But part of me needed to know what it was, needed someone else to see it, to confirm I wasn't completely losing my mind. The older guy shook his head, but then he looked at me, really looked at me, at my face, and his expression changed. He saw the real fear in my eyes, the genuine terror. He'd seen something like it before, I think. He said slowly, "Shouts and screams, huh? Rusty-colored, big, you say?" He glanced at his buddy and back at me. "You sure it wasn't a bear, son? Standing up?" "No, it wasn't a bear. I know bears. This wasn't a bear, it was different. Its face, it was almost human, but wrong. And it looked at me, like it knew what I was." The older guy nodded slowly. He reached into his truck and pulled out a rifle. "All right," he said, "show us." That's when the fear really took hold, going back into those woods. But I couldn't just leave it like that, not after what I'd seen. I led them back in, shaking the whole way. We went back to the log and then towards where I'd seen it, following the path it had made, crashing down the slope. We found the place where I'd climbed the tree. Branches broken all around, tracks in the soft dirt. Big tracks. Not bear tracks. Not deer tracks. Long, almost human-looking, but too big and deep. Like whatever made them was heavy. The older guy knelt down, looking at the tracks. He didn't say anything for a long time. Then he stood up, and he was pale too. Paler than me, even. He looked at me, eyes wide. "I think," he said, voice barely a whisper, "I think I saw one of these things once, a long time ago. Up north. Never told anyone. Didn't think anyone would believe me." His buddy looked from him to the tracks, face going white. What are they?" The older guy just shook his head. "Don't know. Don't want to know. Let's just go." We turned around and walked out of those woods, faster than we went in. Didn't say another word the whole way back to the trucks. Got in my truck, started it up, and I drove away. Didn't even say goodbye, just left. I haven't been back to Pinewood Forest since that day. Haven't hunted at all, really. Something broke in me that morning. I try not to think about it. Try to tell myself it was a bad dream, or I saw something normal and my mind just blew it out of proportion. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know I'll never forget that scream. Or those eyes. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, heart pounding, thinking about it, wondering what it was, wondering if it's still out there. And sometimes I hear those thwack-thwack sounds in my dreams, and that mangled turkey call. Then I wake up in a cold sweat. I don't have any answers, don't know what it was, just know that morning in Pinewood Forest changed me, for good, and I'm still shaken. Just thinking about it now still gives me the chills. Story 3. We drove for what felt like ages, the road turning from asphalt to dirt, then to barely a track. Finally, we found a spot deep in the woods, near one of those giant metal power line towers. Figured it would be a good landmark to find our way back, and it was flat enough to set up camp. It was getting dark fast, and the air dropped cold the minute the sun dipped below the trees. August, but man, that mountain air was chilly. We got a fire going, crackling nicely, throwing light out into the trees, but mostly just making the darkness outside the firelight seem even deeper. We were just starting to relax, cracking open the beers, when Trovoada started acting weird. He wasn't barking like he'd seen a rabbit or something. This was different. Low growl rumbling in his chest, hackles up, staring out into the black woods, nose twitching like crazy. He was restless, pacing around the campsite, wouldn't settle down. Joan tried to calm him, scratching behind his ears, but Trovoada just kept staring into the dark, whimpering every now and then. We tried to ignore it at first. Dogs get spooked, right? Night noises, forest critters. But it went on and on. Hours, it felt like. Trovoada's agitation just wouldn't let up. He'd bark suddenly, sharp and loud, then fall back to that low growl, eyes fixed on something we couldn't see. The forest itself seemed to get quieter, like all the crickets and nightbirds had just vanished. It got to the point where even the fire felt too loud in the silence, just the crackle and pop in this dead quiet. Then it started, not slowly, not building up. It was like a switch flipped, and the night exploded. This roar ripped through the silence, not like any animal roar I'd ever heard. Deeper, louder, guttural, like something huge and pissed off. It came from the woods, not far, maybe 50, 60 yards, judging by the sound. And it wasn't just a roar, it was followed by this god-awful crashing sound, like trees snapping, branches breaking, bushes getting ripped apart. The ground seemed to vibrate under our feet. We froze. Beers halfway to our mouths, fire forgotten. All three of us just locked up, staring in the direction of the sound, hearts hammering. Trovoada went ballistic, barking, snarling, lunging at the edge of the firelight, a wall of muscle and teeth pointed at nothing, just trees. But something was definitely out there. You could feel it in the air, this thick, heavy sense of wrongness. Then came the rocks. Not pebbles, man. Rocks. The size of your fist, some bigger. They started flying out of the darkness, whizzing through the air, smacking into the ground around the fire, thudding against the jeep. We scrambled back, away from the fire, adrenaline spiking through us. "What the hell is that?" Marcos yelled, voice shaky even though he was trying to sound tough. Branches started coming too, not thrown randomly, but like aimed, like someone or something was throwing them at us. Big, thick branches, some with leaves still on them. One landed right in the fire, sending sparks flying. Another bounced off the hood of the jeep with a loud bang. Panic started to set in. This wasn't some animal. Animals don't throw rocks. Animals don't aim branches. This was deliberate, aggressive, and Jesus, it sounded massive. João, face pale but set, grabbed Trovoada's collar. "All right," he said, voice tight. "Let's see what's out there." Marcos and I stared at him like he'd lost his mind. "Are you crazy?" I said. "We should get in the jeep, get out of here." "No," João said, shaking his head. "Whatever it is, it's already here. Running now just makes us targets. Trovoada will scare it off." He really believed it. João had absolute faith in that dog. Combat trained, he kept saying. Trained for anything. He unclipped Trovoada's leash. The dog didn't hesitate. He shot off into the darkness like a rocket, barking furiously, a deep, menacing sound. We stood there, clutching each other, listening to Trovoada charging into the trees, barking, getting fainter as he moved away from the fire. Silence again, but not the same silence as before. This was heavy, pregnant with dread. The fire crackled, way too loud again in the stillness. We waited, holding our breath, straining our ears, hoping to hear Trovoada's bark telling us he'd scared whatever it was off. Then more crashing in the woods. But this time it was different, louder, closer, and coming back towards us. Fast. We instinctively backed up further, huddled together, eyes glued to the darkness where Trovoada had disappeared. And then he was back. But not how we expected. He burst out of the trees, back into the firelight. But he wasn't running free. He was being held, I swear to God, held like a toy. At first I just saw Trovoada, struggling, thrashing in the air. Then I saw it, the hand around his neck, a hand bigger than anything I could have imagined, covered in thick dark fur with fingers like logs, claws like, I don't even know, like curved knives. It was massive, colossal. It was holding Trovoada by the scruff of his neck, lifting him off the ground like he weighed nothing. Trovoada was going crazy, snapping, biting at the hand, but it was like trying to bite a tree trunk. The hand didn't even flinch. We were rooted to the spot, mouths open, just staring in disbelief, terror gripping us so tight we couldn't even scream. It was too unreal, too impossible, but it was right there, in front of us, in the firelight. Then it tightened its grip. That massive hand just clenched. Trovoada's thrashing got weaker, his snarls turned into choked whimpers. And then a snap, loud and sickeningly clear in the quiet night. Like a thick branch breaking, Trovoada went limp. All fight went out of him, just limp. The hand held him there for another second, maybe two, and then it threw him, just threw him, like a piece of garbage. Trovoada flew through the air, tumbling end over end, and slammed into the ground right at our feet. Dead. His neck twisted at a horrible angle, eyes staring blankly up at us, and we still couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just staring at Trovoada and then back at the woods where that thing had come from. We could hear it moving, crashing through the trees again, closer now. We could hear it breathing, heavy, ragged breaths, like a furnace bellows. That's when Marcos snapped. He always carries a gun when we go into the woods, for, you know, protection. He pulled it out, a .40 caliber Glock, aimed it into the darkness and started firing, just emptying the magazine. Bang, 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 bang. 10 shots, as fast as he could pull the trigger. The flashes lit up the trees, the sound echoing like thunder in the night. And then silence again. The gunshots faded away, and there was just silence. No more crashing, no more breathing, just nothing. We stood there, hearts pounding, ears ringing, the smell of gunpowder hanging in the air. Had we hit it? Had we scared it off? We had no idea. We didn't wait to find out. "Run!" Marco screamed, grabbing my arm, and we ran. Not packed up, not grabbed anything, just ran. Away from the fire, away from the jeep, away from Trovoada's body, ran as fast as our legs could carry us, stumbling through the darkness, tripping over roots, tearing through bushes, just running blind, desperate to get away from that place. We didn't stop running until we reached the jeep on the dirt road, miles from the campsite. We jumped in, Marcos fumbling with the keys, engine roaring to life, tires spitting gravel as we tore out of there, not stopping, not looking back until we were back on the highway, back in town, back in light and noise and people. We didn't talk much that night, just sat in Marcos's living room, drinking heavily, staring into space. What the hell had we just seen? What had killed Trovoada? We tried to explain it to ourselves, rationalize it, but nothing made sense. Animal attack? No animal does that. No animal that we know of is that big, that strong, throws rocks, snaps a pit bull's neck like a twig. We didn't sleep, just waited for dawn, haunted by the roar, the crashing, the snap of Trovoada's neck, that massive fur-covered hand. The next day, we went back. Stupid maybe, but we had to know. We had to see if we'd imagined it, if it had all been some nightmare. Joan refused to come. Couldn't blame him. It was daylight now. The forest looked normal. Birds were singing, squirrels chattering, sunlight filtering through the leaves. It looked peaceful, innocent, but we knew better. We could still feel the cold dread hanging in the air, even in the sunlight. The campsite was a mess, fire scattered, gear strewn around, jeep dented and scratched from the rocks, and Trovoada still lying there, just as we'd left him. We didn't go near him, too gruesome. We did see the tree marks, though, the ones we went back for. Marcos, he's always been good at judging height. He found scratch marks high up on a big pine, like something had leaned against it. He measured it, marked it with his knife, almost 3 meters high, close to 10 feet. Whatever made those marks was huge, way bigger than any bear, any mountain lion, anything that's supposed to be in those woods. We didn't stay long. Took the jeep, what gear we could salvage, and got the hell out again. Never spoke about it to anyone else. Who would believe us? We sounded crazy even to ourselves. Months later, though, maybe 6, 7 months later, we talked about it again. Kept coming back to it even though we tried to forget. Decided stupidly again maybe to go back one last time, just to see. See if there was anything we'd missed. Joan came this time. He was quieter, more subdued, still grieving for Trovoada, I think. We went back to the same spot, Serra do Gavião. Walked back into the woods, back to the old campsite. It was overgrown now, leaves everywhere, fire pit just a patch of ash, nature reclaiming it. But then we found them. Joan had the idea, actually. Remembered we had trail cameras with us that night to try and get some wildlife shots. We'd forgotten all about them in the panic. We started searching, and we found them, or what was left of them, smashed, completely destroyed, ripped off the trees they were strapped to, screens cracked, lenses broken, housings crushed, like someone had just stomped on them with massive feet. And then we found the coyotes, or what was left of them, scattered bones, fur, 2 of them at least. And the skulls, both of them had broken necks, snapped clean, just like Trovoada's. We didn't find anything else, no tracks, no more markings, just destroyed cameras, coyote remains, and the lingering feeling of being watched, even in broad daylight. We left again, for good this time, swore to each other we'd never go back to Serra do Gavião, never talk about it again, but I am now, because it still haunts me, man. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, hearing that roar, seeing that hand, that thing holding Trovoada. I can still smell the campfire, feel the cold mountain air, the terror clamping down on me. I don't know what it was. Don't want to know, maybe. Some things are better left in the dark. But I know what we saw. We all saw it. And it was real. Whatever it was, it's still out there, in those woods, and I pray to God I never see it again. I still can't explain it. And honestly, I don't think I ever will. It just happened. And that's the thing that chills me the most, even now, years later. It just happened. And life just went on, like it was nothing, like it was just another night in the woods. But it wasn't. It was the night everything changed. And we just walked away, carrying it with us, still carrying it. Always will, I guess. That night in Serra do Gavião, I don't think any of us will ever truly escape from it. Story 4. I swear I'm still not right in the head after all these years. People say time heals everything, but that's bullshit. Some things just stick with you, fester like a wound that won't close. And this thing from Vale de Lua, it's like a phantom limb. You know it's not there. Logically you understand it, but you can still feel the ache, the cold, the dread. I grew up in Vale de Lua. It's not even a town, really. More like a scattered bunch of houses nestled in the Rio Sombrios County. Beautiful place, or it used to be in my mind. Rolling hills, thick woods, a creek that ran clear and cold. We were always outside, kids back then, exploring, building forts, just being free. But Vale de Lua, even then, had this undertone, this quiet hush that felt heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. It started back in '88, spring. I was barely out of my teens, full of piss and vinegar, thinking about building a house. Had this piece of land, beautiful spot overlooking the valley. Me and 3 friends, Ricardo, Manel and João, we were up there, marking out where the foundations would go, talking about plans, just excited about the future, you know? The air was warm, smelled of pine and damp earth. Spring was coming on strong. Then it started. First, it was just a whisper, a sound too low to really register, like the wind picking up, but there was no wind. We all stopped talking, just looked at each other, puzzled. Then it came again, louder this time, a high-pitched whine, almost like metal scraping on metal, but organic somehow, alive. Ricardo was the first to say it. "What the hell is that?" We stood there, frozen, listening. It grew, rising in pitch and volume, turning into a screech, a shriek that ripped through the air. It wasn't animal. I'd grown up in the country. I knew animal sounds. Coyotes, foxes, mountain lions. I'd heard them all. This was different. It was raw, visceral, like pure pain-given voice. And it was coming from the woods, somewhere deep in the trees that bordered my land. It was a scream, but not human. Imagine the worst sound you can think of, amplify it, twist it, make it ache with something unholy. That's what it was like. It clawed at your ears, vibrated in your chest, your blood turned cold. We were rooted to the spot, paralyzed. João, he went white as a sheet. Manel, he just stared into the woods, his eyes wide, face contorted in fear. Ricardo, tough guy Ricardo, he was breathing hard, hands clenched. And it kept going, higher and higher, tearing through the stillness of the spring afternoon. It wasn't just loud, it was penetrating. It got inside you, burrowed into your bones. Fear. Pure, unadulterated fear, that's all there was. We just stood there, mouths dry, hearts hammering against our ribs, listening to this ungodly scream rip through the air. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Silence. Deafening silence. Just the rustle of leaves, the distant chirp of birds, normal sounds that suddenly seemed alien after what we'd just heard. The silence was almost worse than the screaming because it left you hanging, waiting, expecting it to start again. Ricardo was the first to move. "Guns," he croaked, his voice rough. "We need guns." Manel and João didn't argue. They turned and ran, scrambling back down the hill towards the trucks, towards town to get their rifles. Ricardo and I stayed. We stood there looking at the woods, adrenaline pumping, waiting, but nothing else happened. Just silence. The minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. When Manel and João came back, faces pale, rifles clutched tight, the sun was already starting to dip behind the hills. We didn't go back into the woods. We packed up our gear, got in the trucks, and left. Nobody said much on the way back. We were all shaken, rattled to the core. That night I couldn't sleep. The scream echoed in my head, replaying over and over. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, something injured, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. It was wrong, unnatural. We never went back to work on the land, not that year. We talked about it, about what we'd heard. We tried to rationalize it. Mountain lion in distress, some weird bird call, but none of it fit, and none of us could shake the feeling of dread that clung to us after that day. Vale de Lua didn't feel the same anymore. It was like something had been unleashed, something dark and malevolent. Life went on. Years passed. I pushed it to the back of my mind, tried to forget. Moved on with my life. 10 years later, 1998. Spring again. Almost exactly the same time of year as before, late April, early May. I was living in a small house closer to the village then, had a big Rottweiler, Kaiser. 90 pounds of muscle and teeth, loyal as hell, wouldn't hurt a fly unless you threatened me. Kaiser was always with me. It was evening. I was out in the yard. Kaiser was patrolling the perimeter, doing his guard dog thing. Quiet night. Stars were just starting to come out. Then it started again. Faint at first, barely audible. I froze, instantly alert. My blood ran cold. It couldn't be. Could it? Not again. It was the same sound. That high-pitched whine, starting low, then rising. Kaiser stopped, head cocked, ears pricked, growling softly, a deep rumble in his chest. He knew something was wrong. He sensed it before I even fully processed it. The whine turned into a screech, just like before, tearing through the quiet night air. But this time, it was different. It wasn't just a scream anymore. There was something else layered in there, something lower, a murmur. Underneath the high-pitched shriek, there was a low, guttural rumble, almost like words, but not words I could understand. Incomprehensible, alien. Kaiser went ballistic, barking, snarling, hackles raised, pulling at his chain, wanting to run towards the sound, to attack whatever was making that horrible noise. He was terrified. I could see it in his eyes, but his protective instincts were kicking in, overriding his fear. The screaming intensified, the murmur grew louder, deeper. It was coming from the woods behind my house, closer this time than before. It felt like it was closing in. The air crackled with tension. My heart was pounding. My hands were shaking. Fear, even worse than before, gripped me. This time I wasn't just scared. I was terrified, paralyzed. I knew I had to do something. For Kaiser, for myself. I couldn't just stand there and listen to that horror. I lunged for Kaiser's collar, unclipped his chain, and dragged him towards the house. He was fighting me, still barking and growling, wanting to confront whatever was out there in the woods, but I was stronger, fueled by pure terror. I wrestled him into the house, slammed the door shut and bolted it, drew the curtains, tried to block out the sound to create some kind of barrier between us and whatever was screaming in the dark. Inside, it was still loud, but muffled. I could still hear it, that piercing shriek, that unsettling murmur underneath. Kaiser was whimpering now, pressed against my legs, trembling. 90 pounds of fear huddled against me. I knelt down, put my arms around him, tried to calm him, tried to calm myself. But the screams went on and on, relentless, chilling, tearing at my sanity. And then, just like before, it stopped. Silence. But this time, the silence felt heavier, more oppressive. It was like the silence was waiting, holding its breath, just like the air in Vale de Lua always did. I stayed inside all night, doors locked, curtains drawn, Kaiser still shaking by my side. Didn't sleep a wink, just sat there in the dark, listening to the silence, waiting for it to start again. The next morning the sun was up, birds were singing, everything seemed normal, too normal. Like the night before had been a bad dream, but it wasn't a dream. Kaiser was still jumpy, edgy, and I was wrecked. Exhausted, drained, haunted. I felt older somehow, like something had been stolen from me in the night. Again, years passed. I tried to forget, to bury it. Moved to a different part of Vale de Lua, further away from the woods, closer to the center of the village, if you could call it that. Got a new dog in 2007, a Bernese mountain dog, Barnaby, 65 pounds, goofy, gentle giant, loved kids, loved everyone. Not as intimidating as Kaiser, but loyal and protective in his own way. Spring 2008, late April. You probably see where this is going. I was out in the garden. Barnaby was sniffing around, chasing butterflies. Nice day, peaceful, too peaceful. Then, a familiar chill, a prickle at the back of my neck, a whisper in the air. No, it couldn't be. Not again. The whine started, faint, distant. Barnaby stopped chasing butterflies, perked up his ears, tilted his head. He sensed it too. He started to whimper softly, a low whine in his throat. He was looking towards the woods that bordered my property on the other side this time, different woods, but still woods. The whine grew, sharper, louder. It became a screech, the scream from hell, ripping through the air. And then, the murmur. But this time it was different again, louder, clearer, more defined. It wasn't just a rumble anymore. It sounded almost like language, not human language, but something structured, something meant. Like the scream was the main event, and the murmur was explaining it, underlining it, giving it context. Horrible, terrifying context. Barnaby was shaking now, trembling all over. He wasn't barking, wasn't growling, just whimpering, backing away from the woods, trying to hide behind me. Even gentle Barnaby was terrified, utterly broken by that sound. The scream was more intense this time, more piercing, more soul-destroying. It felt closer, much closer, like whatever was making that noise was right on the edge of the woods, watching me, targeting me. The murmur was getting louder too, clearer. I strained to understand it, to decipher it, to make sense of the horror, but it was just noise. Meaningless, terrifying noise. I grabbed Barnaby, scooped him up in my arms. He was surprisingly light when he was that scared, and ran for the house. Didn't stop, didn't look back. Got inside, slammed the door, locked it, bolted it, drew every curtain just like before. Barnaby was shaking in my arms, burying his head in my chest, whimpering, shivering. Inside, the sound was almost unbearable. It was like it was inside the house with us, filling every corner, vibrating in the walls, in the floor, in our bones. The scream, the murmur, a cacophony of pure terror. It went on, seemingly endless. Longer than before, more intense, more horrifying. And then, finally, it stopped. Silence. But this time, it was a silence that screamed louder than any noise, a silence pregnant with dread, with anticipation, with the absolute certainty that it would be back. And worse. I sat in the dark, holding Barnaby, listening to the silence, for hours. Night fell, then dawn broke. The silence remained. But the fear, the terror, the dread, that didn't go away. It stayed, coiled tight in my gut, a constant reminder of what had happened, of what would happen again. I'm telling you this now because it's been 10 years again, spring 2018, late April. Right now, as I'm writing this, it's late April, and every day, every night I wait. I listen. I'm on edge, jumpy, terrified. I keep my doors locked, my windows shut. I got a new dog last year, Buster, a rescue mutt. He's a good dog, brave, but I don't know if any dog, any human, could withstand that again. Every rustle of leaves, every distant sound makes me jump. I can't sleep properly, can't eat. My nerves are shot. I'm just waiting for it to start again, waiting for the screams to return to Vale d'Alua, waiting to hear that unholy sound again. It's spring in Vale d'Alua, and the air feels thick, heavy, like it's holding its breath, just like it always does before it starts. I can feel it coming. I can feel it in my bones. The 10 years are up. It's time. I just don't know what will happen this time. I don't know if I can take it again. I don't know what that sound is, what makes it, why it comes back every 10 years, always in the spring. Nobody believes me, of course. They think I'm crazy, that I imagined it, that it was just animals. But I know what I heard. We all did back in '88, and I've heard it twice since then, clearer, louder, more terrifying each time. Tonight feels different. Tonight feels like it's going to happen. The air is still, too still. The silence is heavy, oppressive. Even Buster is restless, pacing around the house, whimpering softly. He can sense it too. Something is coming. I'm sitting here in the dark with Buster by my side, waiting, listening. The silence is... Wait, did you hear that? No, just the wind. Or maybe it wasn't the wind. I think I just heard something. Faint, far away, almost inaudible. But there, a whisper. Is that it starting again? Oh God, no, please no. Not again, not now. I don't want to hear it again. I can't. Story 5. It was supposed to be a routine hunt. Fall of '05. I'd been hunting these woods near Campo Verde for years. Oak forest, they call it. Thick, dense, beautiful in a way. especially when the leaves start turning. I always went back to this one spot, a rise of land that gave you a decent view, almost like nature had made its own little watchtower. I built a blind there years ago, nothing fancy, just branches and burlap sacks, enough to break up my outline. That was my spot. I got there early that morning before sunrise. Still that pre-dawn quiet where everything's holding its breath, waiting for the light. Set myself up in the blind, checked my rifle, made sure I had everything. The air was crisp, you know that fall air that bites a little? Good hunting weather. I settled in to wait, the woods slowly waking up around me. Squirrels started chattering, birds began their morning songs, normal forest sounds. Comforting in a way. That's the thing about hunting. It's not just about the kill. It's about being out there in the woods, part of it all. Or at least, that's what it used to be for me. Hours went by. Nothing much moving. Deer sign was scarce, fewer than usual. I was starting to think it was going to be one of those days where you just enjoyed the scenery and went home empty-handed, fine by me. It was peaceful, the sun coming up, filtering through the leaves, making everything golden and orange. I was actually starting to relax, maybe even doze off a little when it happened. There was no warning, no rustling leaves, no cracking branches, no sound at all until it was too late. 1 second I'm leaning back against the tree trunk, half-lidded, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The next, complete and utter chaos. It felt like the ground shook, not like an earthquake, more like something huge had landed right on top of me. There was this deafening crack, like a giant tree snapping in half, and then everything just exploded. My blind, the branches, the burlap, the whole damn top of the watchtower, ripped apart like it was made of paper. 1 second I'm in a camouflaged hide, the next I'm thrown out of it, flying through the air. I remember this feeling of weightlessness, of utter disorientation. Then the ground slammed into me, hard. Everything went black for a split second. The air knocked completely out of my lungs. I was winded, gasping, trying to suck in air, my vision blurring and spinning. I was lying on my back, staring up at the sky through the shattered remains of my blind, leaves and branches raining down around me. Dazed, confused, thinking, what the hell just happened? It took me a few seconds to get my bearings, to realize I was alive, to understand that I wasn't just imagining things. My head was pounding, my shoulder felt like it was dislocated, but I was conscious. That's when I heard it. Breathing. Heavy, ragged, like some huge animal right behind me. Not the normal panting of a deer or a boar. This was deep, guttural, wet-sounding breaths, each one like a growl starting in its chest. And it was close, uncomfortably close. I tried to scramble up to get to my feet, but my legs felt like jelly. I rolled over, pushing myself up onto my elbows, trying to look behind me. My heart was hammering in my chest, adrenaline spiking through me like ice water. I expected to see a bear, maybe a rogue bull elk, something big, something that could have caused that kind of destruction. But what I saw, I couldn't process it at first. My brain just refused to make sense of it. Shadow. That's all I could see initially. A massive shadow looming over me, blocking out the sunlight. It was so big, so dark, it seemed to absorb the light around it. And then I saw the leg. Not a leg like any animal I'd ever seen. Thick, like a tree trunk, covered in dark, matted fur that looked almost black in the dim light under the trees. But it wasn't just fur. There were scales, or plates, embedded in the fur, hard, bone-like things glinting dully. And the claws. God, the claws. They weren't like claws of a bear or a cat. These were gnarled, thick, black talons, each one as long as my forearm, curving to points sharper than any knife. They were like something out of a nightmare. Before I could even scream, before my mind could catch up with what my eyes were seeing, one of those claws lashed out. It moved faster than anything that size should have moved, impossibly fast. I barely had time to register the blur of motion before it clamped down on my leg. The pain was instant and excruciating. like my leg was being crushed in a vice made of bone and steel. I screamed then, a raw animal scream of pure agony and terror. The claws dug in, piercing through my hunting pants, tearing into muscle and bone. I felt my leg being lifted off the ground, dragged up into the air. I was dangling upside down, head swimming, my vision going black around the edges, my legs screaming in protest. I looked up, trying to see what had me, and then I saw it, in full. The creature. It was impossible. There's no other word for it. Nothing in nature is built like that. It was huge, monstrous, easily 8, maybe 10 feet tall, standing upright on those massive legs. Its body was bulky, covered in that same dark fur and bony plates. Its arms were thick, ending in more of those horrific claws. But the head was the worst part. It was long, almost reptilian, with a snout filled with rows of jagged yellow teeth, teeth that looked like they could tear through anything. Its eyes were small, beady and black, reflecting no light, just these cold, empty pits of darkness staring down at me. And it was emitting that breathing sound, that wet, rasping growl that vibrated through my bones. Terror beyond anything I've ever felt in my life flooded through me. This wasn't an animal. This was something else, something ancient, something evil, something that should not exist. My training, instinct, something primal kicked in. Panic was threatening to overwhelm me, to freeze me in place, but somehow I managed to think, to react. My sidearm, my Glock 19, a 9mm I always carried for backup, for close encounters, for wild boars, for mountain lions, never for this. But it was all I had. With my free hand, I fumbled for the holster under my jacket. My fingers were shaking so badly, I almost couldn't grasp the handle. But I got it, drew it, thumbed off the safety, the metal cold and reassuring in my grip. I pointed it up, aiming as best I could, one-handed upside down, at the massive dark shape holding me in its claws. And I fired, again and again and again. The roar of the pistol was deafening in the quiet woods, each shot kicking in my hand. Sparks flew from the muzzle, lighting up the creature's fur and scales for a fraction of a second. 10 rounds. I emptied the magazine, firing them all as fast as I could pull the trigger, aiming for its back, its side, anywhere I could hit. At first, nothing. It just held me there, that monstrous breathing continuing, those black eyes staring down. And then something changed. A sound. Not the heavy breathing anymore, but a roar. A sound that ripped through the forest, that shook the trees, that echoed in my chest. Not a bear roar, not a lion's. This was deeper, more primal, laced with pain and rage. A sound that spoke of ancient fury. The grip on my leg loosened. Not completely, but enough. Enough that I was no longer being held aloft. I dropped to the ground, landing hard, the impact jarring through my injured leg. But I didn't care. I scrambled back, pushing myself away from the creature, crawling backwards on my elbows and one good leg. I looked back, adrenaline blurring my vision. The creature was still there, towering over me, but it had recoiled slightly. It was clutching at its side with one of its massive clawed hands, that guttural roar still echoing through the trees. I could see something dark oozing from its side, thick, black blood, smelling acrid, almost metallic. My bullets had hit it. Somehow, unbelievably, my 9mm had actually hurt it. That was all the opening I needed. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I just ran, hobbled, more like it, on one leg, my injured leg screaming in protest with every step. But adrenaline was pumping, fear was driving me, and I ran like I've never run before, like my life depended on it, because it did. I didn't look back. I just kept going, crashing through undergrowth, tripping over roots, pushing through branches, my breath burning in my lungs, the roar of the creature fading behind me, but still echoing in my mind. I knew I had to get to the cabin. We had a cabin about a mile from my stand, a small rustic thing, mostly used for overnight trips, a place to cook and sleep when we were hunting deeper in the woods. My hunting partner Marco was there. He was supposed to be there at least. He'd gone in the day before to get things ready. Hope flared in my chest. Marco, he'd help. We'd be safe together. I burst out of the woods, into the small clearing where the cabin stood. It was just a simple log cabin, one room, a small porch, nothing fancy. But it looked like a fortress to me then, a sanctuary in the face of the terror I'd just escaped. The door was locked. Of course it was locked. I fumbled for the keys in my pocket, my hands still shaking uncontrollably. Finally got them out, got the key in the lock, fumbled again, turning it, pushed the door open and stumbled inside. Marco was there. Thank God he was there. He was sitting at the small wooden table, cleaning his rifle. He looked up, startled, when I burst in. "Ricardo, what the hell happened to you?" He was looking at me, his eyes wide with shock, taking in my disheveled appearance, the blood on my leg, the sheer terror in my face. I couldn't speak. I just pointed back towards the woods, gasping for breath, trying to get words out. Something... woods... monster... Marco was instantly on his feet, his rifle forgotten on the table. "Monster! Ricardo, what are you talking about? What happened?" It took me a few minutes to calm down enough to tell him, to stumble through the story of what had happened. About the blind collapsing, about the creature, about the attack, about firing my pistol, about running for my life. As I spoke, the adrenaline started to wear off, and the pain in my leg intensified. I sat down heavily on the rough wooden bench, clutching my bleeding leg. Marco listened, his face growing paler and paler as I spoke. At first I saw disbelief in his eyes, confusion, but as I went on, as I described the creature, the size, the claws, the teeth, the sounds, the fear, I saw something else creep into his face, something like understanding, or maybe just dawning horror. When I finished, he didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared at me, then out towards the woods, his face etched with disbelief and something darker, something like dread. Finally he spoke, his voice low and shaky. You're serious? This wasn't a bear?" I shook my head, unable to speak. Just the memory of those black eyes, those claws, that roar, was enough to make me tremble. Marco moved then, grabbing his rifle from the table, checking the magazine, chambering around with a sharp metallic click. "Okay," he said, his voice hardening, becoming more determined. "Okay, we need to barricade the cabin. Now." We worked quickly, frantically. We dragged the heavy wooden table and the 2 chairs against the door. We piled up firewood in front of the windows, anything we could find to make the cabin more secure. We grabbed our rifles, checked our ammunition, loaded extra magazines. We were armed, yes, but facing whatever that thing was. It felt hopelessly inadequate. The rest of the day was a blur of fear and adrenaline-fueled action. We bandaged my leg as best we could with a first aid kit from the cabin, but it was a mess, deep gashes, blood seeping through the bandage. I was losing blood, getting weaker, but the fear kept me going. We took turns watching the woods, staring out the windows, listening to every sound, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. The forest seemed to press in on us, silent, watchful, menacing. The sun started to go down and the woods became darker, deeper, more terrifying. Shadows stretched and twisted, playing tricks on our eyes. Every sound seemed magnified in the growing darkness. We could hear the normal sounds of the forest, owls hooting, insects buzzing, the wind rustling through the trees. But underneath it all, we were listening for something else. For that heavy breathing, that guttural roar. The night was the worst. Complete darkness, broken only by the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. Every shadow became a monster, every sound a threat. We kept the cabin as dark as possible, only a small lantern flickering low, casting long dancing shadows on the log walls. We sat back to back, rifles ready, listening, waiting, our nerves stretched to breaking point. Hours crawled by, each one feeling like an eternity. We heard things, rustlings in the undergrowth, heavier than deer, closer to the cabin than any normal animal should be. Branches snapping further out in the woods, and once, late in the night, I thought I heard it again. That breathing, faint, distant, but unmistakable. It sent shivers down my spine, ice in my veins. We didn't sleep. We couldn't sleep. Fear kept us wired, alert, on edge. Every creak of the cabin, every sigh of the wind made us jump. We were waiting for it to attack, for it to come crashing through the door, through the walls. We expected it, we dreaded it, we were terrified of it, but it never came. The night passed, agonizingly slow, but it passed. And then, finally, the first hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. A pale, weak light, but enough to chase away some of the darkness, some of the terror. As soon as it was light enough to see, we made our move. We didn't even discuss it. We both knew we had to get out of there, to get away from the oak forest, away from whatever was in those woods. We unlocked the door, cautiously, slowly, peering out into the still dim light. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. The woods seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. We didn't wait. We didn't pack anything, didn't take anything with us except our rifles and the clothes on our backs. We just opened the door and ran. Ran like hell. Back the way we had come, back towards Campo Verde, towards civilization, towards safety. We didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the forest, until we were out in the open fields, the village in sight. We looked back once, at the dark, looming line of trees, at the oak forest. It stood there, silent, watchful, impenetrable, and I knew in that moment with a cold certainty that went to my bones that I would never go back. Never again. Not into those woods. We never told anyone what really happened. We couldn't. Who would believe us? A monster? In the oak forest? They'd think we were crazy, that we'd imagined it, that it was stress or fatigue or something else. So we made up a story. Said we'd been attacked by a bear, a really big bear, mauled me, wrecked my blind, scared us both half to death. People nodded. They understood bears. Bears were dangerous. They'd heard stories. They believed us, or at least they pretended to. But I know what I saw. Marco knows what we faced, and we both carry that terror with us, that cold, gnawing fear that's always there, just beneath the surface. Every time I close my eyes, I see those black eyes staring down at me, hear that guttural roar echoing in the darkness. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind blows through the trees outside my window, I think I hear it again. That heavy, ragged breathing, and I remember the oak forest. And I know it's still out there, waiting. Story 6. We drove out there in Francisco's beat-up old Gol, the kind that sounded like a lawnmower trying to start even when it was running smoothly. Took us forever to get to that dirt track leading into the woods, bouncing around, joking like idiots. We knew it was remote. That was the whole point. Laranjeras, Ponte Funda, Villa Clara, tiny villages scattered around, and Mata do Silencio smack dab in the middle. A big patch of nothing much from what we could tell. It was cold, brutally cold, even for March. That biting cold that gets right into your bones, no matter how many layers you wear. We found a spot deeper in, figured we were far enough in to be alone, like that mattered anyway in a place that empty. Got the tent up, struggled with the fire for a bit because the wood was damp, typical. Finally got a decent blaze going, crackling and spitting sparks into the freezing air. Opened a couple of beers, blasted some mellow music from this portable speaker I had, something chill to set the mood. For a while, it was actually okay. Peaceful, in a weird, desolate kind of way, just the fire, the trees, the dark pressing in all around us. We talked about nothing important, school, girls, whatever, just enjoying the quiet, or what we thought was quiet. And then it happened. The sound. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before, and I pray I never hear it again. It started as a scream, but not a human scream. higher-pitched, ragged, full of absolute agony, like something was being torn apart, limb from limb, without anesthetic. Honestly, the closest thing I can compare it to, and it's still not close enough, is... Imagine the most tortured animal you've ever heard, amplified, twisted, mixed with a human element, something intelligent suffering. It was that raw, that visceral, the music cut off in the middle of a chord. Francisco froze, beer halfway to his mouth. I swear the fire seemed to crackle louder in the sudden silence after that scream ripped through the air. We just stared at each other, eyes wide, hearts already hammering against our ribs. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. Francisco didn't say a word, just his eyes were like saucers reflecting the firelight. Then he moved, not slowly, not cautiously. He exploded. He jumped up, knocking over his beer, scrambling backwards like he'd seen a ghost, which maybe he had. He was shouting something, but it was just garbled noises, pure panic pouring out of him. He took off, just turned and bolted towards the track, towards the car, which we'd parked maybe 100 yards away, if that. I was rooted to the spot, completely paralyzed. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it, but there was no sense to be made. What was that sound? An animal? But what animal made a sound like that? I watched Francisco disappear into the darkness between the trees, branches snapping under his frantic steps. He was yelling, shouting my name, but it was fading already as he put distance between us. And then the second scream. This one was closer, significantly closer. It was even more horrifying, if that was even possible. The agony in it was sharper, more intense. It was like whatever had made the first scream had moved, had come closer, and was now in even worse pain. My breath hitched in my throat. My legs were screaming at me to run. Every instinct in my body was yelling at me to get the hell out of there. But I was still stuck, frozen. I could hear Francisco yelling from further away now. "Miguel, Caro, Agora, Miguel, Car, now!" But his voice was trembling, choked with terror. And then the third scream. It was right there, right there. It felt like it was just outside the edge of the firelight, maybe 20, 30 feet away. Tops. This one wasn't even really a scream anymore. It was shifting, changing. The raw agony was still there, but now it was laced with something else, something animalistic. It started morphing into these guttural howls, two of them, overlapping, like two voices at once, but definitely coming from the same thing. Double howls, tearing through the night, each one longer, louder, more blood-curdling than the last. That snapped me out of it. Whatever paralysis had gripped me just broke. Adrenaline flooded me, pure, raw survival instinct kicking in. I didn't think, I just reacted. I spun around, scrambling to my feet, knocking over the speaker, kicking dirt onto the fire without even thinking. Francisco was still screaming from somewhere in the darkness. "Miguel! Ven pra cá, porra! Miguel! Get over here, damn it!" His voice was shaking so bad it was hard to understand him. I started running, blindly, away from the sound, towards where I thought the track was, towards where I prayed. Francisco and the car were waiting. Branches whipped at my face, thorns snagged at my clothes. I stumbled, almost fell, kept going. The ground was uneven, hidden roots and rocks everywhere. Behind me, the sounds kept coming, the howls now. They were closer, definitely closer, and I heard something else then, something that made my blood run even colder. Branches snapping, not like when Francisco ran through, panicked and clumsy. This was heavier, slower, like something large, something powerful, moving deliberately through the undergrowth, following. Panic clawed at my throat. I pushed myself harder, lungs burning, legs screaming, heart pounding like a drum in my ears. I could hear Francisco still yelling, "Closer now, I must be getting closer to the track." And then it happened again. Another howl, but this one, different. It was impossibly close. Just behind me, it felt like. And then the sound of branches breaking just a few feet away, snapping, cracking, the thud of something heavy moving through the trees, right on my heels. Fear like I'd never known, never even imagined, seized me. Pure, primal terror. I didn't even look back. I just ran, faster, driven by nothing but the instinct to survive, to escape, to get away from that sound, from whatever was making it, from whatever was behind me. Finally, I burst out of the trees and onto the track. Headlights. Francisco's goal, thank God. He was standing by the open driver's side door, engine running, pale as a ghost, eyes wide and frantic, fixed on the trees behind me. He didn't have to say anything. He just reached out, grabbed my arm, yanked me into the car. I didn't even think, just piled into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut behind me. Francisco was already throwing the car into gear, foot flat on the gas pedal, tires spitting dirt and gravel as we lurched forward. We didn't speak. Not a word. The silence in the car was thick, heavy, suffocating. Just the roar of the engine, the tires tearing at the track, the sound of the wind rushing past the windows. I was shaking so badly I could barely breathe. My teeth were chattering uncontrollably. I could feel sweat running down my face, even though it was freezing cold. Francisco was white-knuckled on the steering wheel, staring straight ahead, his jaw clenched so tight I thought it might shatter. He drove like a maniac, bouncing over potholes, swerving around rocks, pushing the poor Goal to its absolute limit. We didn't slow down, not even when we hit the paved road again, just kept driving, faster and faster, away from Mata do Silencio, away from the sounds, away from whatever the hell had been out there. We drove all the way back to town in complete silence, parked in front of my place, still not a word. He just looked at me, eyes still wide, still filled with that same terror I knew was mirrored in my own. Then he nodded once, a small, jerky movement. I nodded back, opened the door, and stumbled out. I watched him drive away, tail lights disappearing down the street. Then I just stood there on the sidewalk, shivering, staring at the empty road. I didn't go inside for a long time. I just stood there, listening to the normal sounds of the night, the distant hum of traffic, the bark of a dog somewhere down the street. Normal sounds, safe sounds, sounds that didn't make my blood run cold. We never talked about it. Not really. Not after that night. It was like an unspoken agreement. We both knew what we'd heard. We both knew what we'd felt. And we both knew we never wanted to speak of it again. It became this wall between us, this shared secret, this unspoken terror that we carried around alone, together. Years passed. Life went on. I tried to forget. Tried to tell myself it was just animals, maybe coyotes, foxes, something like that. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. That scream, those howls, they weren't natural, they weren't animal, they were something else, something wrong. Then, a few years ago, I was talking to an old guy at a bar in Laranjeiras, just shooting the breeze. He was telling stories about the area, local legends and whatnot. And then, out of nowhere, he mentioned Mata do Silencio, said people avoided it, always had. Bad place, he mumbled, swirling his beer. I played it cool, pretended to be curious, asked him why. He leaned in, lowered his voice like he was sharing some forbidden secret. He told me about stories, stories whispered in hushed tones in the villages around the woods, stories of giant footprints in the snow, footprints too big to be any known animal, stories of sightings, glimpses of something monstrous, moving in the shadows, always just at the edge of vision. And then he told me about the screams. Said canoeists on the river that runs along the edge of the woods sometimes reported hearing screams, unearthly screams, echoing from deep within Mata do Silencio. Screams that sounded like someone, or something, being tortured. He said they called it O Monstro da Mata do Silencio, the monster of Silence Woods. I almost choked on my beer. I kept it together, didn't let on that I knew anything, just nodded and listened as he rambled on, fueled by drink and local lore. But inside, I was cold again. That icy dread creeping back into my veins, the memory of that night, those screams, the fear. It all came flooding back, as vivid as if it had just happened, and to this day, I have no explanation. None. Francisco and I, we haven't spoken about it since, not really. It's just there, a dark spot in our past, a silent agreement to never return, to never speak of it, to pretend it never happened, even though we both know it did. Sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I still hear it. Not in my ears, not really, but in my head. That scream, those howls, the sound of branches breaking in the dark. And I remember the cold, the fear, the absolute terror of that night in Mata do Silencio. And I wonder, what the hell was that? What did we hear? What was out there? And I know deep down I'll never know. And maybe some things are better left unknown. Some doors are better left unopened. Some silences are meant to be kept. But damn, sometimes the silence screams louder than anything else. And I'm right back there, frozen in the firelight, listening to something in the dark, something that still haunts me to this day. And I can't explain it. I just can't. Story 7. Then bam! Out of nowhere, this guy just materializes in the middle of the road. We almost hit him. Lucas slammed on the brakes, the car skidded sideways in the mud, and for a second I thought we were going to end up in the ditch ourselves. My heart was pounding in my chest. We stopped just a few feet from him. He was waving his arms like crazy, like a maniac, but not angry, more desperate, like he was begging for his life. We rolled down the window, rain immediately spraying inside, soaking my arm. He ran to the side of the car, face dripping wet, hair plastered to his forehead. "Help, please, help!" he was shouting over the rain. "My truck! I crashed my truck down there!" He pointed into the darkness, towards the side of the road, towards what looked like a steep drop-off. I couldn't see anything past the reach of our headlights, just blackness and rain. Lucas put the car in park and turned off the engine. The sudden silence, except for the drumming rain, felt heavy. "What happened?" I asked, trying to sound calm, even though my hands were still shaking. The guy was breathing hard, his words coming out in gasps. I lost control, skidded on the mud, flipped it, down the embankment." He gestured wildly again in the direction he'd pointed. "I'm okay, mostly. Scraped up, but nothing broken, I don't think." He touched his head gingerly. But I need help. There's things in there. Things I need to get out." "Things?" Lucas asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. "What kind of things?" "Just personal stuff. Important stuff. Can you just help me? Please?" He looked really frantic and cold, shivering despite the rain being somewhat warm for October. He was wearing a thin flannel shirt and jeans, soaked through. Lucas and I exchanged a look. It was late, the road was deserted, and this guy looked like he was in genuine trouble. Plus, the idea of a flipped truck down a ravine wasn't something you just ignored, even out here. "All right," Lucas said finally. "Show us." He popped the trunk to grab the flashlight. The guy seemed relieved. He led us to the edge of the road and pointed down. Even with the flashlight, it was hard to see much, just a steep slope disappearing into darkness, trees and bushes dripping with rain. "It's down there," he said, his voice lower now, almost hesitant. It's not too far, but it's slippery." He was looking down into the darkness, not at us. Lucas shined the flashlight down the slope. After a second, the beam caught something, the glint of metal through the trees. "Yeah, I see it. Looks like it's pretty banged up." The truck was upside down, wheels sticking up in the air at a weird angle. "I tried to get back up," the guy said, "but it's too steep, too slippery, and... He stopped, looking around nervously, his eyes wide and darting between the trees surrounding the road. "And I don't want to go down there alone." "Why not?" I asked. "You said you were okay, right?" He shifted his weight from foot to foot. "Yeah, Physically, I'm fine, but I heard noises." He lowered his voice even more, almost to a whisper. "In the woods. Just now, when I was trying to climb back up, like something was moving around down there." Lucas and I looked at each other again. Noises in the woods at night. Sure, it could be anything. Animals, the wind. But the way he said it, the way he looked, it sent a little shiver down my spine. Vale Serena and the surrounding area. People whispered things, stories. Old wives' tales, maybe. But still, they stuck in your head. Things about the woods, about the hills, about things you didn't want to run into after dark. "What kind of noises?" Lucas asked, keeping his voice casual, but I could tell he was getting uneasy too. "I don't know," the guy mumbled. "Just rustling, breaking branches, heavy, like something big." He was staring intently into the woods now, his face pale in the flashlight beam. "That's why I didn't want to go back down there alone, to get my stuff. Could you come with me, just for a minute? I really need to get those things." Now I was properly spooked. It wasn't just the rain or the dark or the stranded guy anymore. It was his fear, his weird insistence on getting things from his wrecked truck, and these mysterious noises he was talking about. But we'd come this far, stopped to help. It felt wrong to just leave him there, stranded and scared, even if he was acting strange. "All right," I said. "Let's go take a look." Lucas nodded in agreement. We started down the slope, the guy leading the way, moving carefully on the slippery mud. Lucas kept the flashlight pointed ahead, its beam bouncing around as we descended. The woods were thick here, the trees close together, branches hanging low. The rain seemed to get heavier the further down we went, soaking through our clothes, chilling us to the bone. We reached the overturned truck. It was a beat-up old pickup, lying on its side, one headlight still flickering weakly. Mud and leaves were splattered all over it. It looked like it had been there for a while. "Over there," the guy said, pointing to the passenger side of the truck, which was now facing uphill. "My bag. It's in the cab. And some other things. I can't reach it from here." Lucas and I moved closer to the truck. The cab was crushed, the windshield shattered, but the passenger door was still mostly intact. The guy tried to open it, but it was jammed shut. "Damn it," he muttered. "Stuck. Maybe from the other side." He moved around to the driver's side. That door was wedged against the ground, impossible to open. "We'll have to climb in," Lucas said, "from the back." He gestured to the truck bed, which was tilted upwards. It was going to be awkward, climbing over the twisted metal and the mud. The guy hesitated. Maybe you guys could just go. I can point you. You can just grab the bag and bring it back up?" He seemed even more nervous now. "What's in this bag anyway?" Lucas asked, his suspicion growing. "Why are you so worried about it?" The guy didn't answer right away. He just kept looking around, back up the slope, into the woods, his eyes wide and darting. It's just important. Family stuff. Heirlooms, you know?" He said it too quickly, too unconvincingly. "Heirlooms?" I repeated doubtfully. "Out here in the middle of nowhere on a dirt road at night?" he stammered. I was going to visit my grandmother. She's sick, in the next town over. And these things, they're hers. I promised I'd bring them." His story was falling apart fast. Suddenly Lucas stiffened. He stopped moving, the flashlight beam fixed on something in the trees behind the truck. "Hold on," he said, his voice low and tense. "Did you hear that?" I listened. At first, there was just the rain, the wind rustling the leaves. But then, yeah, I heard it. A snapping sound, like a branch breaking. But it wasn't the wind. It was too sharp, too distinct. "What was that?" I whispered, my heart starting to race again. The stranded guy went completely still. His eyes were huge, fixed on the woods behind the truck. That's what I was talking about," he breathed, his voice barely audible. "The noises." Then we heard it again, Another snap, closer this time, and then something else. A kind of rustling, but heavy, dragging, like something big moving through the undergrowth. Lucas slowly swung the flashlight beam towards the sound. The beam cut through the rain and the darkness, illuminating the trees, the bushes, the wet leaves on the ground. Nothing, just trees and shadows and rain. "There's nothing there," I said, trying to reassure myself as much as Lucas. "It's just animals, or the wind." But my voice didn't sound convincing, even to me. Then Lucas gasped. He stumbled back a step, his eyes wide with terror. The flashlight beam dropped, shaking wildly. "Oh, Jesus Christ," he whispered. "Did you see that? Did you see those eyes?" My blood ran cold. Eyes. What eyes? I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness where Lucas was pointing the shaking flashlight. And then I saw them, reflecting in the beam, orange, glowing, 4 of them, 2 pairs side by side, staring back at us from the edge of the woods, maybe 20 yards away from the truck. They were high up, way above the ground, at least 6, maybe 7 feet off the ground. Much higher than any animal I could think of. Not deer, not dogs, not coyotes. These were too high, too big. The eyes blinked slowly, deliberately. Then they moved. Not the whole creature, just the eyes themselves. Shifting, turning, focusing on us, watching us. And they were orange. A bright, unnatural burning orange that seemed to glow from within. I froze, completely paralyzed. My mind blank. Fear, pure, raw, animal fear, gripped me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I could just stare at those eyes, those unblinking, glowing orange eyes in the darkness. Lucas was breathing heavily, his chest heaving. The flashlight was shaking so badly now, the beam dancing wildly, making the orange eyes flicker and move in the shadows. The stranded guy was just standing there, silent, his face ashen, his eyes fixed on the same spot in the woods. He knew what they were, or at least he suspected. That was clear in his petrified expression. We stood there, for what felt like forever, frozen in place, staring at those eyes. The rain kept falling, the wind rustled the leaves, and the orange eyes just stared back, unblinking, unmoving, except for those slow, deliberate shifts and blinks. Then we heard another sound, closer this time, a low growl, deep and guttural. It wasn't like any animal growl I'd ever heard. It was different, deeper, more menacing, more intelligent. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Chills ran down my spine. My legs started to tremble. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there and stare into those terrifying eyes. Suddenly, headlights appeared on the road above. Coming fast. Another car. Thank God. The headlights swept across the woods, momentarily blinding us. The orange eyes vanished. Just like that. Gone. No rustling, no movement, just gone. As if they had never been there. The car pulled up on the road above, stopping near our car. A man got out. He was wearing a reflective vest, carrying a radio. Another driver. Someone who'd called for help. "Everything all right here?" he called out, his voice loud and clear, breaking the spell of fear. "I called it in. Said there was a truck off the road." He looked down at the wrecked pickup, then at us. Lucas found his voice, though it was still shaky. Yeah, we're okay. We stopped to help this guy." He gestured weakly towards the stranded man, who was still standing there, pale and silent. The new driver looked at the guy, then back at us, his expression questioning. "Ambulance is on its way and a tow truck. Should be here soon." Relief washed over me in a wave. People. Help. We weren't alone anymore. Whatever those things in the woods were, they were gone now, driven away by the headlights, by the sound of another vehicle. But the fear was still there, lingering, cold and clammy. I couldn't shake the image of those eyes, that eerie orange glow in the dark. And the growl, that low, terrifying growl. Lucas grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "Let's go," he said, his voice urgent. "Let's just get out of here." I nodded, without a word. I didn't want to stay there another second. Not with the memory of those eyes burning in my mind, not with the feeling that we were being watched, even though the eyes were gone. We started scrambling back up the slope, almost tripping in our haste. The stranded guy just watched us go, still silent, still pale, like he was in shock. I didn't care. I just wanted to get back to our car, to get away from this place. We reached the road, stumbling and breathless. The new driver was still there, looking at us strangely. He must have seen the fear in our faces. "You guys all right?" he asked again, his voice more concerned this time. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Lucas just shook his head. "We're fine," he mumbled, his voice still strained. Just tired and wet." We hurried to our car, got in, slammed the doors shut. Lucas fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly it took him a couple of tries to get the ignition to turn. Finally, the engine roared to life. He put the car in gear, and we sped away, tires spitting mud and gravel, leaving the wrecked truck, the stranded guy, and the woods behind. But the image of those eyes, they stayed with us. They're still with me now, years later. We drove back to Vale Serena in silence, the rain still coming down, the road still dark and deserted. Neither of us said a word about what we'd seen, what we'd heard. It was like we both knew that talking about it wouldn't make it any less real, any less terrifying. And maybe it would somehow make it more real, more dangerous. When we got back to town, everything was quiet, normal. The streetlights were on, the houses were dark and silent. It felt like we'd stepped back into reality, back from some nightmare. But the nightmare was real. We'd seen it, we'd felt it, we knew it. We never talked about it again, not really. Not to anyone. We just buried it, tried to forget. But you can't really forget something like that, can you? Those eyes, they're always there in the back of my mind. Whenever it rains at night, whenever I'm driving on a dark road, whenever I hear a strange noise in the woods, they come back, orange and glowing and watching. Vale Serena. It's a quiet town, they say, peaceful, safe. But I know better now. I know that the nights out there in those hills, in those woods, they hold secrets, dark secrets, secrets with glowing orange eyes. And I don't ever want to go back there to find out what they are. Some things are better left unseen, undisturbed. And I'm still shaken, still terrified when I think about those eyes, about what we saw that night on that deserted road. I have no explanation, no logical reason for what happened. And honestly, I don't want one. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some doors are better left unopened, and some nights are best just forgotten, even when you know deep down you never really will. Story 8. Okay, so this happened back in the summer of '97. I was visiting my cousins down in West Virginia, Green Hill to be exact. It's not much of a town, more like a spread-out community surrounded by woods. Think hills, winding roads that barely qualify as roads, and a whole lot of trees. I'm from the city, so it was a different world to me back then. Everything felt slower, quieter, peaceful in a way I wasn't used to. We were staying at my uncle's place. It was a big old farmhouse with a huge porch that wrapped around the front and side. We spent most evenings out there just hanging out. This particular night it was warm, really humid, like only summers in those parts can get. We were playing cards. I think it was poker, badly played poker if I'm honest. My cousins, Mark and Danny and me, sitting around an old wooden table on the porch, just trying to kill time after dinner. It was dark out, obviously, but the porch light cast a yellow glow around us. Beyond that light, it was just pure black. You couldn't see anything except for the faintest hint of starlight filtering through the tree canopy. Usually, it was full of sounds at night out there. Crickets chirping, katydids buzzing, maybe an owl hooting in the distance. Sometimes you'd hear a deer moving in the underbrush. It was just the normal nighttime woods sounds, you know. Background noise, part of the place, but then it just stopped everything. One second we were arguing about whether Danny was cheating, he always was, and the next, silence. Complete, utter silence. Like someone had flipped a switch and muted the whole world. The crickets, gone. The katydids, gone. Even the wind seemed to die down. It was like holding your breath underwater, that kind of oppressive quiet. We all noticed it at the same time. I remember Mark putting his cards down slowly, looking up. Danny, who was in the middle of dealing, just froze, the deck of cards halfway between his hands and the table. I stopped mid-sentence, whatever dumb thing I was saying just hanging in the air, unfinished. We all looked at each other. That feeling, that sudden shift, it was palpable. You could feel the air change. It wasn't just silence, it was heavy, expectant silence, like something was waiting. "What was that?" I remember asking, but it was more of a whisper. My voice sounded weirdly loud in the dead quiet. Mark shook his head, his eyes wide in the porch light. "I don't know." Danny just shrugged, but I could see he was as freaked out as we were. Danny was usually the tough guy, always playing it cool, but even he looked genuinely unsettled. We sat there for a few minutes just listening, or rather not listening. The silence was broken only by our own breathing and the faint thump-thump of my heart, which seemed to be getting louder and faster in my ears. Then we heard it, from the woods. It started as a low rumble, a vibration you could feel more than hear. At first I thought maybe it was thunder, far off in the distance. But there were no clouds, no lightning, nothing like that. The sky had been clear as a bell all evening. The rumble grew louder, deeper. It wasn't like thunder. It was more mechanical, but not like a car or a truck engine. This was heavier, much heavier. It sounded like something massive was moving through the woods, and it wasn't moving around things. It was moving through things. Branches started cracking, not little twigs snapping underfoot, big branches, like arm-thick branches breaking like toothpicks. The sound was getting closer, and it was getting louder fast. It was a constant, relentless, crushing sound, like something was just pushing its way through the trees, not caring what was in its path. Then came the tree. One loud snap, like a gunshot, followed by a groaning, ripping sound that went on for what felt like forever. Then a massive crash that echoed through the silent woods. It was the sound of a tree coming down, a huge one, and it wasn't just falling over. It sounded like it was being ripped apart, like something had just grabbed it and snapped it in half. We were all on our feet now, standing frozen on the porch, staring into the blackness beyond the light. The sounds were terrifying. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't natural. It sounded like pure destruction moving through the woods. After the tree fell, there was another moment of near silence, except now our hearts were really pounding and we were breathing heavily. Then we heard it again. The heavy, crushing sound, still moving, but now further away. It was receding into the woods, moving deeper and deeper. We could still hear the snapping branches, the tearing sounds, but they were fainter, further off. We stood there, listening until the sounds finally faded away completely. Then, just like that, the night sounds started to come back. First a cricket, then another, then the katydids, tentatively at first, and then in full chorus again, like nothing had happened. The normal nighttime noises slowly filled the silence again. We didn't say anything for a long time. We just stood there on the porch, staring into the darkness where the sounds had been. The card game was completely forgotten. The cards lay scattered on the table in the yellow porch light, a weirdly normal scene in the middle of something completely abnormal. Finally, I broke the silence again, my voice still shaky. What the hell was that?" Mark swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. I don't know, man." Danny, who was usually the first to jump in with some smart-ass comment, was just silent. He was still staring out into the woods, his face pale in the porch light. Should we go see? I asked. I don't know why I said that. Part of me was terrified, obviously. But another part, a stupid, reckless, curious part of me, wanted to know. I wanted to know what could make those sounds, what could be strong enough to move through the woods like that, breaking trees and making those awful noises. Mark turned to me like I was crazy. Are you out of your mind? Go into the woods at night? Are you insane? His voice was tight, strained. But we have to see what it was, I insisted, even though a cold dread was creeping into my stomach. Maybe it's someone hurt. Maybe someone needs help. I was grasping at straws, trying to rationalize my stupid curiosity, to make it seem like bravery instead of sheer idiocy. Danny finally spoke, his voice low and serious, completely different from his usual joking tone. No, David. No one goes into the woods at night around here. Nobody. He said it with this absolute certainty, this finality that shut me up instantly. It wasn't just him being scared, it was something more. It was like he knew something I didn't. Like there was an unspoken rule, a local understanding of the woods at night that I was completely ignorant of. I looked at him, really looked at him. He wasn't just afraid, he was resigned. Like whatever we'd heard, whatever had been in the woods, was something they were used to, something they knew to avoid, something dangerous. What do you mean? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. What is it? Danny just shook his head again, refusing to meet my eyes. Just trust me, okay? We don't go in there at night, not after dark. It's just the way it is here. Mark nodded in agreement. Yeah, David, seriously, you don't want to mess with the woods at night, not around here. I could tell they weren't going to explain it. They weren't going to go investigate. They weren't going to do anything except pretend like it hadn't happened, or at least try to forget about it. But I couldn't. My mind was racing. What was it? What could have made those sounds? What was in those woods that they were so afraid of? We stayed on the porch for another hour or so, but the card game was definitely over. We just sat there in silence, occasionally glancing towards the woods, listening to the normal night sounds, which now sounded different. They were still normal, but they were also tainted. Underneath the chirping crickets and the buzzing insects, there was this lingering unease, this awareness of something else, something unseen, something powerful, lurking just beyond the edge of the light. Eventually, my uncle came out onto the porch, yawning. "You boys still up?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. He hadn't heard anything, or if he had, he didn't seem to think anything of it. He was completely calm, completely oblivious. "Yeah, just hanging out," Mark said, his voice sounding forcedly casual. My uncle nodded and stretched. "All right, well, don't stay up too late. Big day tomorrow, fishing down at the creek." And he went back inside, leaving us alone on the porch with the darkness and the silence and the unanswered questions. We went to bed soon after that, but I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed in the guest room, staring up at the ceiling in the dark, listening to the sounds of the house settling and the sounds of the night outside. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I kept imagining those heavy, crushing sounds, the tree cracking, that monstrous thing moving through the woods. I kept thinking about what Danny had said. Nobody goes into the woods at night around here. It was like a warning, a local law, based on something they knew, something they understood about the woods that I, as an outsider, didn't. The next day, everything seemed normal. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, the air was fresh and clean. We went fishing at the creek, just like my uncle said. We laughed, we talked, we caught a few small fish, we had lunch by the water. It was a perfect summer day, but underneath it all, there was this undercurrent of unease, this memory of the sounds from the night before, I tried to bring it up again with Mark and Danny, but they just brushed it off. Probably just a deer or something, Mark said, not meeting my eyes. Danny just shrugged and changed the subject. They clearly didn't want to talk about it. They wanted to forget it had ever happened. But I couldn't, and I still haven't. That night, that silence, those sounds, they're burned into my memory. I've tried to rationalize it, to come up with some explanation. Maybe it was a bear, but bears don't sound like that, and bears usually avoid people, not plow through the woods like a bulldozer. Maybe a landslide. But there were no hills steep enough for a landslide to make that kind of sound, and landslides don't move and change direction like that. To this day, I have no idea what it was. I've asked my cousins about it since, years later, but they still just clam up or change the subject. It's like it's a forbidden topic, something they're still afraid to talk about. And honestly, part of me is still afraid to know. I left Green Hill a few days later and went back to the city. Life went back to normal mostly, but every now and then, especially at night, especially when it's quiet, I think about that night on the porch, that oppressive silence, and those sounds from the woods. And I get this chill that goes right down to my bones. Whatever was out there in the woods that night, I don't want to know. And I'm pretty sure deep down, my cousins don't either. Some things are better left in the dark. Some sounds are better left unheard. And some nights in Green Hill, they just stay with you. Story 9. It was August of 2018, and we were camping. Harrison State Forest in Ohio, right in that patch between Cadiz and Joriquero. Me, my wife, and the kids, 3 of them. After dinner, we all got into the tent, ready to crash. It was a good day of hiking and just being outdoors, you know? Peaceful. At first, anyway. Later, when it was properly dark and quiet, I started hearing this faint sound, like little pebbles dropping close to the tent. At first you think, okay, maybe just settling or something, but it kept happening, and then I realized it wasn't pebbles. It was twigs and little branches, like they were falling out of the trees around us, except they weren't just falling. They were hitting the side of the tent sometimes, bouncing off the canvas. That's when I understood. These things weren't falling from the trees. They were being thrown. Who would be throwing things? It was pitch black out there. Everyone in my family was zipped up tight in the tent. We hadn't seen anyone else all day when we hiked into the clearing where we pitched the tent. I figured we were the only ones for miles, which is exactly how we like it. That's the whole point of getting out there, right? To get away from people. My wife was already asleep. The youngest 2 were out like lights too, kids always are, but my wife's 12-year-old, Sarah, she was wide awake. I could hear her breathing getting faster. She's always been a bit jumpier than the others, more sensitive to stuff like that. I listened harder. Yep, definitely more stuff hitting the trees and then bouncing off the ground near us. It wasn't just random either. It felt directed, like someone or something was intentionally throwing things at or near our tent. But why? And who? I unzipped the tent flap just a crack, peering out into the darkness. Nothing. Just black trees and shadows. My flashlight was inside the tent bag. I didn't want to startle whatever was out there by turning on a bright light all of a sudden. Maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or something getting curious and clumsy. But raccoons don't throw things, and this didn't sound clumsy. It sounded deliberate. I zipped the tent back up, trying not to make too much noise. "You hear that, Sarah?" I whispered, keeping my voice low so I wouldn't wake the others. She squeezed my hand, her fingers tight around mine. "Yes," she whispered back, her voice trembling a little. "Think it's just an animal?" I tried to sound casual, but I wasn't convinced myself. "I don't know," she said, her voice barely audible. "It doesn't sound like an animal." And she was right. It didn't. It sounded too intentional, too focused. The sounds kept coming, not constant, but regularly. A twig snapping against a tree, The rustle of leaves as something moved, then a thud as something landed near the tent. It felt like whatever it was circling us. My mind started racing. Was it some kind of prank? But who would be out here in the middle of nowhere, pulling pranks in the dark? And what kind of prank was it anyway, just throwing sticks at tents? It wasn't funny, it was just unnerving. We stayed like that for a while, Sarah and me, listening to the noises. Me trying to convince myself it was just some weird animal, Sarah just getting more and more scared. Eventually, exhaustion won over, and I drifted off to sleep. I told myself I'd deal with it in the morning, whatever it was. Bad idea. I don't know how long I was asleep for. It couldn't have been that long. But something woke me up again. It wasn't the sticks and stones this time. It was footsteps outside the tent. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone walking around our tent in a circle, just outside the canvas walls, heavy enough to hear clearly, but not stomping. Measured steps, purposeful. My heart hammered against my ribs. I was wide awake now, adrenaline jolting me like a shot of coffee. This wasn't an animal. Animals don't walk like that. Animals don't circle tents. I could hear Sarah next to me, her breathing shallow and rapid. I knew she was awake and terrified. I wanted to say something to reassure her, but my throat was dry and my voice felt stuck. Fear does that to you, I guess. Freezes you up. The footsteps kept going. Round and round the tent they went. Slow, steady, rhythmic. Like whatever was out there was just patrolling us, watching us, testing us. I don't know what the hell it was doing. I strained my ears, trying to hear anything else over the sound of my own pounding heart and the muffled footsteps. The forest was silent except for those steps. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Just those footsteps, circling us in the dark. It felt like it went on forever. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Every nerve in my body was screaming. I wanted to grab my flashlight, my knife, anything to defend us, to at least see what was out there. But I was paralyzed by fear, stuck, frozen. Sarah suddenly gasped, a choked sound in the darkness. I reached out and squeezed her hand again. "It's okay," I whispered, my voice rough and strained. "Just stay quiet. It'll go away." But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. This didn't feel like it was going to just go away. This felt different, ominous, like something bad was happening, or about to happen. And then Sarah did something that broke my heart. I felt a warm dampness spreading on my side of the sleeping bag. She had wet herself. 12 years old, scared so bad she'd lost control. That's how terrifying this was. That's how intensely afraid we were. I wanted to scoop her up, hold her, protect her. But I was stuck there, frozen in place, listening to those footsteps circling our tent, feeling utterly useless. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps stopped. Just stopped. No fading away, no moving off into the distance. Just silence. A sudden, heavy, oppressive silence that was almost worse than the footsteps. We lay there, me and Sarah in the dark, listening to the silence, waiting, not knowing what was going to happen next, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loud. I couldn't even bring myself to turn on my flashlight. I was too scared of what I might see if I did. I must have drifted back to sleep again eventually, exhaustion finally overwhelming fear. But it wasn't real sleep. It was more like a kind of daze, troubled, restless, punctuated by jolts of panic every time I heard the slightest sound. Then finally, blessedly, the first hint of dawn started to filter through the tent canvas, a faint grey light replacing the oppressive blackness. With the light came a tiny sliver of hope. Maybe, just maybe, whatever it was gone. Maybe morning would bring an end to the night's terror. I unzipped the tent again, this time not just a crack, but all the way. I peeked outside cautiously. Sunlight was just starting to creep through the trees, dappling the forest floor with light and shadow. Everything looked normal, deceptively normal. The clearing was empty. No sign of anyone or anything. Just trees, bushes, and our tent sitting there in the middle of it all. Like nothing had happened, like it had all been a bad dream. I took a deep breath, the morning air surprisingly crisp and clean. Maybe it was just a dream. Maybe I'd imagined the footsteps, the thrown stones, the whole terrifying night. But Sarah was still trembling next to me, her eyes wide and haunted. And there was the damp patch on the sleeping bag, a stark reminder of her fear, her real fear. This hadn't been a dream for her or for me. I stepped out of the tent, slowly, cautiously. Everything still seemed peaceful, ordinary. The forest sounds of morning were starting to emerge, birds chirping, squirrels rustling in the leaves. It was almost jarring, the contrast between the normal morning sounds and the terror of the night before. I wanted to believe it was over, that whatever had been out there was gone, but a knot of unease still twisted in my stomach. Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. We started to get the camp packed up, moving slowly, deliberately, trying to act normal, trying not to let the kids see how shaken we were. But it was hard. The silence of the forest still felt heavy, charged with something unseen, something unknown. That's when my wife noticed it. We had left a loaf of whole wheat bread out on the picnic table last night after dinner, still in its plastic bag. We figured it would be fine there, sealed up like that. We'd eat it for breakfast. But the bread wasn't on the table anymore. It was gone. We looked around. Maybe we'd knocked it off in the dark, packing up the food. Maybe it had fallen somewhere. We searched around the picnic table, then widened our search, looking around the campsite. Nothing. No bread. Then I spotted it. Lying on the ground just a few feet from the edge of the clearing, half hidden under some ferns. The plastic bread bag. Empty. I picked it up. It was our bread bag. I recognized the brand. It was empty. Completely empty. But the bag wasn't ripped. It wasn't torn open by an animal. It was neatly opened. The plastic clip that sealed it was gone, probably somewhere back at the campsite, but the opening of the bag was clean, straight. Like someone had carefully opened it, taken out the bread, and then just dropped the empty bag. Carefully opened it. Like someone with fingers and thumbs. Not an animal, not a raccoon ripping into a bag for food. This was deliberate. This was something else. I showed it to my wife. Her face went white. She looked at me, and I saw the same fear reflected in her eyes that I felt in my own chest. It wasn't just thrown stones and footsteps in the night anymore. It was something taking our food, something that could open a bread bag as easily as you or me. We packed up fast after that, really fast. We didn't even bother with breakfast. We just threw everything in the car, kids, tent, sleeping bags, everything. And we got out of there, fast. We didn't talk much on the drive home. The kids were quiet, subdued. Sarah especially. She didn't say a word the whole drive. My wife and I exchanged glances every now and then, unspoken questions and fears passing between us. What had we heard in the night? Who or what had been circling our tent, and what had taken our bread? We've been camping plenty of times before and since. We love being in the woods, being outdoors. But Harrison State Forest, that's different now. I don't think I can ever go back there. Not after that night. To this day, I have no idea what happened that night. No logical explanation. No animal that throws stones and walks in circles around tents and then steals bread by neatly opening the bag. Maybe it was just some crazy person hiding in the woods. Maybe it was just a really elaborate prank gone wrong, someone trying to scare us for some twisted reason. But it didn't feel like a prank. It felt darker, more intentional, and way more terrifying than any prank should ever be. And the bread bag. That damn bread bag. That's the thing that really gets to me. Neatly opened, like it wasn't even an effort, like whoever or whatever did it knew exactly what they were doing. Sometimes, late at night, when everything's quiet, I still hear those footsteps in my head, circling the tent, and I remember Sarah's face, her eyes wide with terror, and I wonder what was out there in the woods that night, and why did it choose us? I honestly don't know, and I hope I never find out. Some things I think are better left unknown, but I'll never forget that night in Harrison State Forest. Never. Story 10. It was summer. That's the clearest memory I have. The thick, humid kind of summer that clings to you like a wet blanket, even when the sun dips below the tree line. Prado Amarillo, Ohio wasn't exactly a bustling metropolis. Small town, everyone knows everyone, and the woods practically came right up to your back door if you lived where we did. And we did, in this old, creaky house. It wasn't falling apart, not exactly, but it had that feeling, you know, like it had seen too many summers, too many winters, and was just kind of tired of it all. I was seven and full of that summertime energy. We spent practically the whole day outside. Me, my older brother Mark, and my friend Billy from down the street. We were always in those woods behind our house, the ones that ran right up to João de Barro State Park. Creek stomping, building forts that always fell apart, chasing after those little brown birds that gave the park its name, getting covered in mud and leaves. We were filthy by dinner time every single night. My mom would hose us down on the porch before we were even allowed inside. That day, though, that specific day, we'd been messing around by the creek all afternoon, trying to dam it up with rocks and mud. It was hot work, and by the time we finally headed home, I was dragging my feet. I remember Mom made fried chicken for dinner that night, my absolute favorite. Stuffed myself silly, like any kid would. Then it was bath time, pajamas, the usual routine. My bedroom was upstairs, sharing with Mark. We had bunk beds, naturally. I always got the top bunk, probably because I was smaller. I liked it up there. Felt like my own little fort, away from everything. Mark was already conked out in the bottom bunk when I finally got up there, all clean and sleepy. The room was dim, just the soft glow from the nightlight in the hallway seeping in under the door. Outside, it was completely dark. Just that thick, summer night darkness. Cicadas were buzzing their brains out, that loud, whirring sound that's just the soundtrack to summer nights where we lived. I was drifting off finally, just starting to get that heavy eye feeling, you know, when I heard it. Tap, 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 really soft, like someone just barely brushing their knuckles against the window pane. At first, I thought it was just branches. We had this big old oak tree right outside my window, and the branches sometimes scraped against the glass when the wind picked up. But there wasn't any wind that night. It was still, dead still, tap, tap, tap again, closer together this time. I opened my eyes, just a little bit, peered over the edge of the top bunk, down towards the window. Nothing, just blackness outside. Probably just my imagination, I thought. Kids' minds are weird, especially when you're half asleep. I closed my eyes again, tried to ignore it, tried to fall back asleep. Tap, 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 tap. Faster this time, more insistent. And it wasn't just tapping anymore, it was almost scratching, like tiny nails on glass. I sat up in the bunk, heart starting to thump a little harder. Something felt off. Like that little prickle you get on the back of your neck when you know you're not alone, even if you can't see anything. I slowly scooched myself closer to the edge of the bunk, leaned over, and looked out the window again. And that's when I saw it. Right there, outside my window, pressed up against the glass. It was furry, small, round, and it had a face. I didn't scream right away. I think I was too stunned, just frozen, staring. It was teddy bear brown, covered in fur, kind of shaggy looking, but not messy, more like plush fur, if that makes sense. And it was small, like really small, smaller than a cat, maybe about the size of a big rabbit, but rounder. No tail that I could see. And the face, that's what got me. It wasn't like an animal face, it was almost human-like, but not quite. It had these big, round eyes, dark eyes, and it was smiling. It was looking right at me through the window, and it was smiling. This wide, unnerving smile, showing teeth, small, pointed teeth. Not like a friendly smile, not like a happy smile, more like, I don't know, like it was amused, like it was enjoying something, but not in a good way, if that makes sense, like it was laughing at me, or with me. But it felt wrong, so wrong. My breath caught in my throat. My heart was hammering now, like it wanted to burst right out of my chest. I felt cold. Even though it was a hot summer night, I was shivering. I don't even remember scrambling down the ladder from the bunk bed. It's just a blur of movement. Suddenly, I was on the floor, stumbling out of the bedroom door and sprinting down the hallway towards my parents' room. The door was closed. I pounded on it, as hard as a little 7-year-old could. "Mom! Dad! Mommy! Daddy! Help me!" The door opened, and there was my dad, blinking in the sudden light from the hallway. He was in his t-shirt and boxers, hair all messed up. He looked annoyed, half asleep, definitely not happy to be woken up. "What? What is it, Samuel? What's wrong?" he mumbled, rubbing his eyes. I was sobbing by then, tears streaming down my face. "There's something in my room, at the window. It's scary. I'm scared." I couldn't even get the words out properly, just choked sobs and gasping breaths. Mum was sitting up in bed now, looking worried. "Samuel, honey, what happened? Was it a bad dream?" No dream. It's there. Please come see. It's at my window." I was pulling on Dad's arm, tugging him towards the hallway. "Please, I don't want to be in there alone." Dad sighed, that heavy put-upon sigh that parents do when they think you're being ridiculous. Okay, calm down. Let's go see." He walked out into the hallway, Mom right behind him. I clung to his leg, practically tripping him as we went back to my bedroom. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, Mom behind him. I stayed in the doorway, peeking around Dad's leg. Mark was still asleep in the bottom bunk, snoring softly. The room looked normal, just dim and quiet, like nothing was wrong at all. Dad flipped on the light switch. The room flooded with bright, harsh light. He looked around, then back at me, eyebrows raised. "Samuel, I don't see anything. What exactly was supposed to be here?" He sounded patient, but I could hear the edge of exasperation in his voice. "It was at the window." I pointed towards the window, still shaking. "Right there, looking at me. It was furry and small, and it had a face, and it was smiling." I was starting to cry again, just the memory of that face sending shivers down my spine. Dad went over to the window, peered outside. He even opened it and stuck his head out, looked around in the dark. Then he closed it, shook his head, and turned back to me. "Samuel, there's nothing there. Just the tree and the yard and the dark. Must have been a nightmare, buddy. Just a bad dream." He tried to put his arm around me, but I flinched away. "No, it wasn't a dream. I saw it. I really did. It was right there." I was pleading with him, desperate to make him understand. Mom came over and knelt down in front of me, putting her hands on my shoulders. "Honey, sometimes dreams feel very real, especially when you're tired. It's okay. It was just your imagination playing tricks on you." She gave me that soft, understanding look that mums give you when they think you're being silly, but they still want to be nice. But it was tapping on the window," I insisted. "I heard it, and I saw it. It was like a teddy bear, but alive, a teddy bear come to life." That's the best way I could describe it even then. Like my favorite teddy bear, Buster had somehow gotten up and gone outside and was now looking in my window. Dad just sighed again. "Okay, look, why don't you come sleep with us tonight? Just for tonight. We'll put you in the middle, okay? And then in the morning you'll see it was just a dream, all right?" He picked me up and carried me out of the room, back towards their bedroom. Mum followed behind. I didn't want to sleep in their bed. I wanted them to believe me. I wanted them to go back in my room, to look again, to really see what I had seen. But they wouldn't. They were convinced it was a dream. And honestly, after the bright lights of their room, after being held in Mom's arms, after the feeling of safety and warmth, even I started to doubt myself, just a little bit. Maybe it was just a dream. Maybe I had just imagined it. They tucked me into bed between them. It felt safe there, warm and safe. I closed my eyes, trying to forget about the window, the tapping, the face. And then it happened again. Not the tapping. Something else. I was lying there on my back, staring up at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep. My parents were quiet on either side of me. The only sound was their soft breathing, and the cicadas outside still buzzing away. Then something moved in the corner of my eye. I turned my head slowly, cautiously towards the bedroom door. It was still open, just a crack, letting in a sliver of hallway light. And that's when I saw it. On the wall, next to the doorway. A shadow, a big shadow, tall and shapeless almost. It wasn't like any shadow I'd ever seen before. It wasn't cast by anything in the room. It was just there, stretched up the wall, from the floor to almost the ceiling. And it was moving, slowly, silently, across the wall, towards the doorway, towards us. I froze, completely and utterly frozen. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even blink. I just stared, wide-eyed, at that shadow creeping across the wall. It was enormous, much bigger than a person, taller, wider, thicker. It was like the shadow of something impossible, something that shouldn't be there. And it was definitely connected to the thing at the window. I just knew it. This was its parent, or something bigger, something worse. Panic surged through me, hotter and faster than before. This wasn't a dream. This was real. I knew it in every fiber of my being. This shadow. It was real, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. I had to say something. I had to warn them. In a voice that was barely more than a whisper, choked with fear, I croaked out the first thing that came into my head. Frankenstein. That's what I said. Frankenstein. Because that's what it looked like in my 7-year-old brain. Big and shadowy and scary and monstrous. I didn't even really know what Frankenstein was. Not properly. Just the name sounded scary. And big. And monstrous. The word hung in the air, thin and reedy, lost in the quiet room. My parents didn't move. They didn't seem to hear me. They just kept sleeping, their breath soft and even, and the shadow kept moving, slowly, inexorably, creeping across the wall towards the doorway. I squeezed my eyes shut, buried my face in the blankets, clamped my hands over my ears. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to hear anything. I just wanted it to go away. I wanted to wake up and for it all to be gone. I stayed like that for a long, long time. Minutes, hours, I don't know. Time felt stretched and distorted. Everything was just dark and muffled and terrifying. Eventually, exhaustion took over. Despite the fear, despite the pounding heart, I finally drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, the sun was streaming in through their bedroom window. My parents were already up, getting ready for the day. The room was bright and normal and ordinary. Just a bedroom. I sat up, feeling groggy and confused. Did it really happen? Or was it all just a crazy, vivid dream? I looked towards the doorway. No shadow, just the empty wall. "Morning, sleepyhead," Dad said, ruffling my hair as he walked past. "Sleep okay?" I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Later that day, at breakfast, Mark and my friends were all making fun of me. "Frankenstein?" Mark snorted, spitting out a mouthful of cereal. "You thought you saw Frankenstein? Are you crazy?" Billy and some other kids were giggling, pointing at me. I just hunched down in my chair, cheeks burning, wishing I could disappear. Dad just chuckled. He had a little nightmare, that's all. Kids have nightmares. He winked at me, but it didn't make me feel any better. I tried to explain it again, to my mom, later that day, when we were alone in the kitchen. About the tapping, the creature at the window, the shadow. She listened patiently, but she just smiled and patted my hand. "Oh, Samuel, sweetheart, it was just a dream. A scary dream, but just a dream." But it wasn't a dream. I know it wasn't. I felt it too real. The cold fear, the pounding heart, the way my skin crawled. Dreams aren't that sharp. Dreams are blurry and confusing. This was vivid, clear, terrifyingly real. And I never forgot it. Never. Even years later, when I was in college and I read some article about mythical creatures and how kids are often more receptive to things that adults just dismiss, it all came flooding back. The teddy bear face at the window, the giant shadow on the wall. Frankenstein. I've tried to explain it to people over the years sometimes, friends, girlfriends, even my wife. They all give me that same look, that same patient, slightly pitying smile. Nightmare, Samuel. Just a nightmare. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, fueled by too much fried chicken and summertime heat. Maybe my 7-year-old brain just conjured it all up out of thin air. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and dark, and I hear a soft tap at the window, just a branch brushing against the glass, probably. Still, for a split second, I see that face, that furry, round face, smiling at me through the dark, and I remember that shadow, that enormous silent shadow creeping across the wall. And I know deep down, in that part of me that still feels like that scared little boy in the top bunk. I know it wasn't a dream. It wasn't, and I still have absolutely no idea what it was. And the worst part is, I don't think I ever will. Story 11. This happened back in 2017, September to be exact. Hunting season had just opened up, and I was itching to get back into the woods. Used to love it, being out there, just me and the trees, tracking game. Always felt peaceful, you know? This time I decided to go to the Vargem Bonita Steel Mill Woods. Sounds weird, woods next to a steel mill, right? But it's this huge patch of forest that belongs to the mill company, and they let people hunt there with permission. It's actually a pretty good spot, lots of deer. So I grabbed my crossbow, got a Barnett Wildcat, old but reliable, and headed out there in the late afternoon. Figured I'd get in a few hours before dark. Went in pretty deep, following some tracks I saw. Wasn't long before I spotted her, a small doe. Clean shot right behind the shoulder. She went down quick, but then bolted into the thick underbrush. I marked the spot, figured I'd track her, but the light was fading fast. Damn September sunsets, they go down quicker than you think. I followed the blood trail for a bit, but it was getting darker and darker under the trees, and honestly, it started to creep me out. You know how the woods get at dusk? Every shadow looks like something else. Every rustle of leaves makes you jumpy. I was alone, getting lost in the dark with a wounded deer somewhere out there. Didn't feel right. I made a stupid decision looking back. I figured, screw it, I'll come back in the morning. She ain't going anywhere. Stupid, really stupid. I marked a tree near where I lost the trail, took a bearing on it, and hiked back to my truck. Felt a bit guilty leaving her out there, but honestly, the dark had really spooked me. Told myself I'd be back first thing in the morning, find her, and get it over with. Next morning, I called Jeremias. He's always up for anything, especially if it involves being outdoors. Hey man, want to give me a hand with something? Shot a deer last night, gotta go get it. He was in, said he'd meet me at my place with his Jeep. We drove out to Vargem Bonita in Jeremias' beat-up old Jeep. It's perfect for those dirt roads, bounces around like crazy, but it'll go anywhere. We parked near where I'd gone in the day before. As we were walking, Jeremias pointed to the ground. Hey, ain't that your arrow? And there it was, my arrow, sticking straight up out of the ground like someone had jammed it there, vertical, right next to the dirt road, nowhere near where I shot the doe. It wasn't just lying there, it was like planted, perfectly upright. It was my arrow, all right. I recognized the fletching. But how the hell did it get there, and why was it sticking straight up? It made absolutely no sense. We just stared at it for a minute, both of us getting a weird vibe already. I pulled it out, checked it over. Nothing broken, just my arrow, stuck in the ground. "That's really strange, Estevan," Jeremiah said, scratching his head. "You sure you didn't, I don't know, shoot at something else last night?" "Positive. Only shot I took was at the doe, and that was way deeper in the woods," I said, feeling a prickle of unease. "Let's just find the deer." We went into the woods, following the direction I'd gone the previous afternoon. Found the tree I'd marked pretty easily. Started looking for the blood trail again. It was faint, but still there. We followed it deeper, pushing through bushes and undergrowth. The air was different in the morning, cold and damp, but the woods still felt heavy somehow. Then we smelled it. A thick, sickly sweet smell, like rotting meat. My stomach flipped. "Think we're getting close," I muttered to Jeremiah, already feeling a knot of dread tighten in my chest. We pushed through a last thicket of bushes, and there she was, or what was left of her. It wasn't just that she was dead. It was messed up, horribly messed up. The front part of her body was there, lying on the ground, legs splayed out at unnatural angles. But it was opened up, like a butcher had taken a cleaver to it. Guts were spilling out, exposed and just wrong looking. The smell was even worse up close, almost making me gag, but that wasn't even the worst part. The back half of her body was just gone, clean gone. No blood trail leading away from the front half, no drag marks, nothing. Just front half of a deer ripped open and nothing behind it, like someone had just sliced it in half and taken the back part. We just stood there staring at it. Jeremiah went pale. What the hell happened here, Estevan?" he whispered, his voice shaky. I didn't know. I truly didn't know. My mind was blank. This wasn't normal. Wolves, coyotes, dogs, they wouldn't do this. They'd chew, tear, scatter. This was different. This was precise in a horrible way, and brutal. So utterly brutal. We got closer, cautiously, looked around. No tracks other than deer tracks and ours. No signs of anything else. And the way the meat was, it wasn't chewed, not like an animal would do. It looked ripped, like someone had taken handfuls of flesh and just torn it away, like ripping fabric. I bent down, looked closer at the exposed meat. It was cleanish ripped, no jagged bone fragments like you'd expect from teeth, just raw, torn meat and exposed ribs. It was horrific, unnaturally horrific. And then I noticed something else. The ground around the carcass. It wasn't just dirt and leaves. There was something black, dried, sticky black stuff mixed in with the soil. I touched it with my finger, rubbed it between my fingers. It felt tarry, like oil, but thicker. And it stank, a sharp chemical kind of stink mixed with the rotten meat smell. "Jeremiah," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Smell this." I held my finger out. He sniffed it, then recoiled. "Jesus Christ, Estevan, what is that?" "I don't know, but it's not normal. This whole thing isn't normal." I stood up, suddenly feeling ice cold despite the mild morning air. "We need to get out of here." Jeremiah didn't argue. He looked as shaken as I felt. We backed away from the carcass, keeping our eyes on it as if it might suddenly move or something worse might jump out. We practically ran back to the jeep, not stopping until we were on the dirt road. Got in, locked the doors, and just sat there for a minute, breathing hard. What do you think did that?" Jeremiah asked, finally breaking the silence. He looked at me, eyes wide with fear. I have no idea, Jeremiah," I said, my voice still shaky. "I swear to God, I have never seen anything like that in my life. Never heard of anything like that." We drove back home in silence, both of us completely freaked out. I didn't say anything to my wife, Marta, that day. Didn't want to worry her. But I couldn't shake the image of that mangled deer carcass from my mind. The ripped meat, the missing back half, the black tarry stuff on the ground. And that arrow stuck straight up in the ground like some kind of sick joke. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a mountain lion. But mountain lions are clean predators. They kill quickly, and they don't just rip animals apart like that. And they certainly don't leave behind weird black goo. Maybe some kind of cult? Doing some kind of sick ritual? But that sounded crazy too. And why the arrow? Days turned into weeks, and the image of that deer just kept replaying in my head. I couldn't sleep properly. Every little noise outside the house made me jump. I started having nightmares, dreams filled with shadows and ripping sounds and that awful smell. I knew I couldn't go back to hunting, not there, not anywhere. That woods. It was tainted now somehow. Something bad was in there. Something really bad. Then winter came. Hard winter that year. Snow piled up, thick blankets of it. Everything was silent, muffled under the snow. We live a bit outside of town, our house backed up against some woods, not Vargem Bonita woods, but still woods. Felt safe, or at least safer than near Vargem Bonita. One night, in the middle of the night, Marta woke me up, shaking me. Esteban, wake up, do you hear that? I was groggy, half asleep. Hear what, Marta? It's the middle of the night. Listen, she insisted, her voice trembling. She was sitting up in bed, staring towards the window. I sat up and listened. At first, nothing. Just the silence of the winter night, the wind howling a little outside. Then, I heard it. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. The sound of a baby crying. Not just a whimper, but a full-on cry. Like a baby in distress, really upset and scared. It was coming from outside. Jesus, Marta, is that a baby? I whispered, heart starting to pound. We both listened, frozen in place. The crying continued, clearer now. It was definitely coming from outside, from the direction of the woods behind our house. Impossible. There were no houses back there, just woods. And it was freezing cold, snow everywhere. No one would leave a baby outside in this weather. We have to do something, Marta said, her eyes wide with fear. Esteban, what if it's really a baby? I threw on some clothes, adrenaline pumping. Marta put on her robe. We went downstairs, opened the back door, and stepped out into the snow. The cold air hit us like a slap in the face. The crying was louder now, definitely coming from the edge of the woods. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands shaking. Stay here, I told Marta. I'm going to go look. No, I'm coming with you, she insisted. I'm not staying here alone. We went into the backyard, our boots crunching in the snow. The crying was getting louder as we approached the tree line. It was heartbreaking, that sound. A baby's desperate cry in the middle of the freezing night. We reached the edge of the woods and shone the flashlight into the darkness. Snow-covered trees, shadows, nothing else. The crying seemed to be coming from deeper in, from further into the woods. Hello, I called out, my voice trembling. Hello, is anyone there? We hear you crying. Only the wind answered. The crying continued, unchanged, seemingly unaffected by my voice. It was like it was automated somehow. Just a sound echoing through the frozen woods. We went further into the woods, pushing through snowdrifts, the flashlight beam dancing through the trees. The crying was all around us now, but we still couldn't see anything. No baby, no sign of anyone. Just trees, snow, and that awful, persistent crying. It was getting colder, the biting wind cutting through our clothes. Marta was shivering, her teeth chattering. I was starting to feel it too, the fear and the cold seeping into my bones. Esteban, I don't like this, Marta whispered, pulling on my arm. This isn't right. It doesn't feel real. And she was right. It didn't feel real. It felt wrong, deeply, profoundly wrong. The crying sounded like a baby, but it didn't feel like a baby. It felt hollow, empty, like a recording played over and over. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the crying stopped. Just silence. Complete silence, except for the wind in the trees. The baby crying was gone, vanished, as if someone had just flipped a switch. We stood there in the snow, listening, our hearts pounding. Silence. Absolute, unnerving silence. Did it stop? Marta whispered, her voice barely audible. Yeah, I said, my voice hoarse. It stopped. We stood there for what felt like forever, listening, waiting. But the crying didn't come back. The silence was thick and heavy, broken only by the wind. We slowly backed out of the woods, our flashlights sweeping the trees, but there was nothing to see, just snow and shadows and the lingering echo of that terrifying sound. Back in the house, we were both shaking, more from fear than cold now. We made some hot coffee, tried to calm down, but the image of those dark, silent woods and the memory of that baby's cry was burned into our minds. What do you think it was? Marta asked, her voice still trembling. Was it a real baby? I don't know, Marta, I said, running a hand through my hair. I honestly don't know. It didn't feel real. It felt like something else. We couldn't shake the feeling. Something was deeply wrong. We decided to call the police. Sounded crazy, I know, calling the cops about a baby crying in the woods, but we didn't know what else to do. Maybe someone had reported a missing baby. Maybe they could check it out. 2 officers showed up, young guys, looking a bit skeptical when we told them the story. But they were professional. They listened, and then they agreed to come take a look. We went back outside, the police officers following us with their own flashlights. As we got closer to the woods, we heard it again. Faint at first, then louder, clearer. The baby crying. The officers stopped, their flashlights pointing towards the woods. They looked at each other, then back at us. "We hear it," one of them said, his voice serious now. "It's coming from in there." They followed us to the edge of the woods, listening. The crying was unmistakable now, echoing through the trees. Even they looked shaken. They shone their powerful spotlights into the woods, scanning the darkness. "Let's go check it out," the other officer said, pulling out his radio. "Call for backup and an ambulance, just in case." They cautiously entered the woods. We followed behind them, our hearts pounding in our chests. The crying seemed to be moving deeper into the woods, like it was leading us on. We pushed through the snow, the police officers calling out, "Police! Is anyone there? We hear a baby crying." But no one answered. Only the crying continued, relentless and heartbreaking. And then, just like before, it stopped. Abruptly. Silence. The officers stood still, listening intently. Did it just stop?" one of them whispered. "Yeah," the other one said, his voice low. "It stopped." They searched the woods for a long time, with the backup officers who arrived. They searched for hours, in the freezing cold, through the snow. They found nothing. No baby, no tracks, no sign of anyone. Just snow, trees, and silence. They checked missing persons reports, called local hospitals, everything. No missing babies reported, no explanation for the crying. They left in the early hours of the morning, looking as baffled as we were. "We'll keep it on file," one of them said. "But honestly, folks, we don't know what to make of it." We never heard the crying again, but the fear, the feeling of unease, it never really left. The woods behind our house, they feel different now, colder, darker somehow, like they're listening. My crossbow is still hanging on the wall in the garage, gathering dust, rusting a little bit. I haven't touched it since that day in Vargem Bonita woods, and I sure as hell haven't gone hunting again, especially not in those woods. Vargem Bonita. It's not a place for hunting anymore, not for me anyway. It's something else now, something haunted. Something that took a piece of a deer, and something that cried like a baby in the dead of winter, then just vanished. And to this day, I still can't explain either of those things, and I honestly don't think I ever will. Story 12. Look, I don't even know where to start with this. I've been debating with myself for months, maybe even a year now, if I should even put this out there. It's not something I talk about, not really. My buddy, Mark, and I, we sometimes glance at each other, a certain look passing between us. But we never actually say the words out loud, you know. It's like some pact we unknowingly made to just swallow it down. But I've been reading some stuff online lately. Stories. Well, stories that are too damn close to what happened to us. And maybe getting it out there, typing it up will help somehow. Maybe it'll make it less real. Or more real. God, I don't know. It was last summer, August. Yeah, August 2016. Hot as hell. Sticky nights even worse. Mark and I, we always go fishing up at Salto Grande State Park. We know that place like the back of our hands. Been fishing there since we were kids, tagging along with our dads. We got our spots, you know, places where the fish are always biting. This one spot, near Sand Cave, that's our favorite. It's a bit of a walk in, but it's worth it. Quiet, secluded, and the fish just seem to love it there. That night we got there a little later than usual, maybe around 8:30, 9 p.m. Sun was already down. Sky was that deep twilight blue, starting to get black in patches. Perfect fishing weather, or so we thought. We set up our gear, got a fire going. Nothing fancy, just a small campfire, enough to cook some hot dogs later and keep the bugs a little at bay. We were just talking crap like we always do. Work, women, the usual stuff. Mark had just gotten a new truck, so we were giving him the usual hard time, saying he was getting soft, all that jazz. The first couple of hours were normal. We caught a few catfish, nothing big, but enough to keep us entertained. The crickets were loud, the river was making that steady, gurgling sound. You know, just the usual night sounds of being out in the woods. Stars were starting to pop out. It was actually a really beautiful night when I think back on it. Before everything. Then it happened. We were casting our lines, mostly quiet now, just enjoying the peace. Mark was pointing something out to me over towards the east, something about the trees silhouetted against the fading light. I don't even remember what exactly when we both saw it. A light, high up in the sky, moving, not like a plane. Planes blink, right? Red, white, green. This was just white. Solid white, not flashing, not dimming, just a steady, bright white light. And it was moving fast. Faster than any plane I'd ever seen. And silent. Completely silent. We both just stopped talking. We watched it. It wasn't huge, definitely smaller than the moon, like he mentioned in that Congress thing you told me about, just a sharp, bright light cutting across the dark sky. It went from one side of the sky to the other in maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds. Just gone. We stood there looking at each other, a little puzzled, maybe a little excited. "Meteor?" Mark asked, finally breaking the silence. "Nah," I said. "Too slow for a meteor, wasn't burning up, no tail or anything." We shrugged it off. Probably some satellite or something military, we figured. Out in the boonies like that, you see weird stuff sometimes. We went back to fishing. But then, maybe half an hour later, it happened again. Same thing. Another light. White, silent, fast. This time it came from the opposite direction, from the west, and disappeared over the eastern horizon again. Exactly the same path as the first one, practically. It was weird. Really weird. Two of them, same path, no sound. We were starting to get a little creeped out now, I'm not going to lie. We stopped fishing again, stood by the fire, watching the sky. We scanned all around, but nothing. Just the stars, the trees, the river sounds, the fire crackling. Everything else felt normal, except that little knot of unease starting to tighten in my stomach. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Mark asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. I knew what he was thinking. We'd both seen enough movies, read enough online stuff, you know, about them, aliens, UFOs, whatever you want to call them. But I always thought that was just stuff you read, stuff you saw on TV, not real life. Not out here in Ohio. Nah, man, I said, trying to sound confident, trying to convince myself as much as him. Just military stuff. Exercises or something, right? Mark just shrugged, unconvinced. He's always been a bit more open to that kind of thing than me. I'm more of a see-it-to-believe-it kind of guy. We sat by the fire for a while longer, still scanning the sky. Nothing else, just the stars. We decided to get back to fishing, try to forget about it. Maybe we were just being jumpy. Night in the woods can do that to you, you know? Make your mind play tricks on you. It was around 1:30 a.m., maybe a little later. We were both getting tired, thinking about packing up soon. I was just reeling in my line, thinking about calling it a night when it happened. The scream. I will never, as long as I live, forget that sound. It ripped through the night air, a raw, animalistic shriek of pure terror. Like someone being murdered. Exactly like that. A woman, I think. Definitely sounded like a woman screaming, high-pitched, desperate, full of agony. It cut right through you like a knife through butter. It made your blood run cold. It went on for maybe, I don't know, it felt like forever, but probably only a few seconds. Then silence, dead silence, except for our breathing, and the fire crackling, and the river still gurgling away like nothing had happened, like the world hadn't just been ripped open by that scream. Mark and I were frozen, staring at each other, our eyes wide, the color completely drained from our faces, I'm sure. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. My hands were shaking. I think Mark's were too. "What the hell?" Mark finally managed to whisper, his voice cracking. I couldn't answer. I didn't know. My mind was blank. Just that scream, echoing in my head, over and over. Someone's hurt," I stammered, finally finding my voice. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't right. It wasn't just hurt, it was something else, something terrible. We should go check," Mark said. But he didn't move. Neither did I. We were both rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. Maybe just an animal," I said weakly, trying to rationalize it. Trying to make it something normal, something we could understand. A bobcat, a mountain lion, getting attacked. But we both knew deep down that wasn't it. Animals scream, yeah, but not like that. Not with that human-like terror. Not with that agony. We stood there for a long time, just staring into the darkness, listening. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps. Every shadow seemed to move. The night, which had been peaceful and beautiful just a little while ago, now felt hostile, menacing, like it was watching us, listening to us. Let's just go," I said finally. My voice was trembling. I couldn't stand it anymore. I wanted to get out of there. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be somewhere safe, somewhere normal. Mark nodded, his face grim. He was just as spooked as I was, maybe more. We started packing up, in silence. Neither of us said a word. We were both too freaked out to talk. We just moved quickly, efficiently, packing our gear, throwing it into the truck bed. The fire was dying down, just embers glowing in the darkness now. We didn't even bother to put it out properly. We just left it. Just wanted to get the hell out of there, and then this is where it gets really weird. The next thing I remember is, it's like a jump cut in a movie. 1 minute we're packing up by the dying fire, completely terrified. The next thing I know, I'm looking down at the fire. It's almost completely out, just a few glowing embers left. It's colder now, much colder. The air is damp, and it's quiet, completely quiet. No crickets, no river sounds, nothing, just silence. And the fire is practically dead, which is strange because we had just put more wood on it right before the scream, before everything went black. I don't know. It's like my memory just cuts out. I felt disoriented, confused, like I'd just woken up from a really deep sleep. But that I hadn't been sleeping, had I? We were fishing, then the scream, then packing up. But now the fire was almost gone and it was freezing, and what the hell was going on? I looked at Mark. He was standing there staring at the fire just like me. He looked dazed, lost, like he was trying to piece something together in his head, but couldn't quite grasp it. "Mark," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. What happened?" He turned to me, his eyes unfocused. I don't know," he said, his voice hoarse. I don't remember." That's when I pulled out my phone. I just wanted to know what time it was. Maybe that would make sense of it somehow. Maybe it was just later than we thought. Maybe we'd been out there longer than we realized, and the fire had just burned down naturally. I looked at the time on my phone. 5:19 a.m. 5:19 a.m. I stared at the numbers. My blood ran cold again. 5:19 a.m. That couldn't be right. It had been maybe 1:45, 2 a.m. when we heard the scream. Maybe 2:30 when we decided to pack up. At the latest. 3 hours? Almost 4 hours. Gone? Where did those hours go? I showed Mark my phone. He looked at it, his eyes widening in disbelief. "No way," he whispered. That's not possible." But it was. The phone didn't lie. It was 5:19 a.m., and the sky was starting to lighten in the east. Dawn was coming. We had lost hours. Hours just vanished. Panic started to set in. Real, gut-wrenching panic. Something was terribly wrong. Something had happened. We didn't know what, but something had taken those hours away from us, taken our memories, left us standing there in the cold morning air with a dead fire and a gaping hole in our night. We didn't say anything. We just started throwing the rest of our gear into the truck, faster now, almost frantic. We didn't even bother to check if we had everything. We just wanted to get out of there, now, immediately. We jumped into the truck, I slammed the door, started the engine and gunned it out of there. Bouncing down the dirt road, kicking up dust, tires spinning. We didn't slow down until we hit the main road. Even then we drove fast. Too fast, probably. But I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from Salto Grande, from that darkness, from that silence, from whatever had happened there. We didn't talk in the truck, not a word. Just drove. Fast. Each lost in our own thoughts, or lack thereof. Each trying to make sense of something that made no sense at all. The scream, the lights, the missing time. It was all jumbled together in my head, a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. When we got back to my place, we just went inside, like robots, went straight to our bedrooms, still in our fishing clothes, didn't shower, didn't eat, didn't talk to anyone, just collapsed into bed, exhausted, traumatized, terrified. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't focus at work, kept spacing out, couldn't sleep properly, nightmares, waking up in a cold sweat, the scream echoing in my ears, the silence, the empty silence, even more terrifying. Mark was the same. He called in sick to work a couple of times, said he wasn't feeling well, but it wasn't sickness. It was something else. Something inside us, gnawing away at us. The fear, the uncertainty, the feeling that something had happened to us, something we couldn't explain, couldn't understand. We talked about it a little. Later, after a few days, we tried to piece it together, but it was like trying to catch smoke. The details were hazy, fragmented. The time, the missing time, that was the worst part. The blank space in our memories. What happened in those hours? Where did they go? What did we do? What did we see? We went back to Salto Grande a few weeks later, during the day, just to see if we could find anything. Anything to explain it. Anything to prove to ourselves that it was just something normal. We went back to the spot near Sand Cave, walked around, looked at the fire pit. Nothing, just ashes, and something else. I noticed it then. The grass around the fire pit, it looked burnt, not just scorched from the fire, like something had burned it from the inside out, like a chemical burn almost. And there was a weird smell in the air, faint, metallic, like burnt metal. We didn't collect soil samples or anything like that guy Thomas did. We just looked at it, felt it, the strangeness of it, the wrongness of it, and then we just left. Again, quickly. Mark hasn't gone back to Salto Grande since. Neither have I. We still fish sometimes, but we go to different places now. Places less wild, less isolated, places where there are other people around. And sometimes, late at night, when it's quiet and the house is dark, I still hear it, that scream. And I remember the silence and the missing time. And I wonder, what really happened out there that night? What did we see? What did we experience? And I know deep down that we'll never really know, that those hours are gone, lost forever, swallowed by the darkness, and that whatever took them is still out there, watching, waiting. And sometimes late at night, when I look up at the sky, I see a light, white, silent, fast, and I feel that same cold fear creep back into my heart. Because I know it wasn't just a satellite, it wasn't just the military, it was something else, something other, and I don't want to know what it was, but a part of me, a terrified part of me, will always be waiting for it to come back. Story 13. We were just looking for a little peace, you know. Sarah and me, we were always looking for ways to escape town, even if it was just for a few hours. Havenwood wasn't exactly buzzing in '74, especially not in October. The leaves were turning, beautiful reds and oranges, but there was this underlying chill in the air, like the season was already past its prime and everything was just winding down. We both worked at the diner, greasy spoon kind of place on the edge of town. Long shifts, same faces, same conversations. We needed a break. Sarah, she was the braver one between us, always suggesting stuff I'd normally balk at. "Let's go to Willow Creek," she said that afternoon, while we were wiping down the counters after the lunch rush. "Pack a dinner, go sit by the river, just get out of here." Willow Creek Park was pretty, I'll give it that. Even with the trees getting bare, there was something calming about it. We'd been there a few times before, mostly in the summer, you know. Normal park stuff, picnics, watching the kids playing, nothing out of the ordinary. But this time felt different before anything even happened. Maybe it was the time of year, the fading light hitting the yellow leaves just so, making everything look a little melancholic. Or maybe it was just me being on edge for no reason. We got to the park around 5, maybe a little after. The sun was already starting to dip, casting long shadows across the grass. There weren't many people around, a couple of cars in the parking lot, maybe some folks fishing further down the river, but mostly quiet. We found a spot near the East Fork River, not far from the boat ramp Sarah had pointed out. She'd read in the local paper about some new ramp they'd just finished. We parked, grabbed the picnic basket and a blanket, and walked over to a picnic table tucked under some trees, overlooking the water. It was peaceful. For a while it really was. We unpacked the food, sandwiches, potato salad, apple pie, all diner leftovers really, but when you're outside it tastes better somehow. We talked about work, about some guy who'd tried to pay his bill with bottle caps, laughed about Mrs. Henderson and her never-ending coffee refills. Normal stuff, the kind of chatter you have with your best friend when you're just trying to unwind. As we were eating, the light started to fade faster. It's that time of year where dusk just rushes in, like someone flipped a switch. The air got cooler and the shadows got longer, creeping further out from the trees. That's when I started to feel it, that prickle on the back of my neck. You know, that feeling like you're being watched. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just the woods getting darker, my imagination running wild. But it wouldn't go away. I started listening more, less talking. The normal park sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant gurgle of the river started to feel amplified somehow. And then I heard something else. A rustling, deeper in the trees, away from the riverbank, like something big moving through the underbrush. "Did you hear that?" I asked Sarah, stopping mid-sentence. She frowned, pausing with her sandwich halfway to her mouth. "Hear what? Just the wind, I guess." "No," I said. "It was heavier, like something walking." She shrugged, took a bite of her sandwich, and went back to talking about the diner. I tried to focus on what she was saying, tried to dismiss it, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The rustling kept happening, and it wasn't the wind. It was too deliberate, too weighty, like something big and clumsy moving through the woods. The woods around the park were thick, especially back then, untamed in places. Big old trees, dense undergrowth, the kind of woods that swallow up sound and light. As it got darker, they started to look less peaceful, more ominous. Each shadow seemed deeper, each rustle louder, more threatening. We finished eating in silence mostly, me listening, Sarah probably thinking I was being weird. I started packing up the leftovers, wanting to get back to the car. The feeling of being watched was getting stronger, almost suffocating. That's when it happened. The rustling stopped for a moment, and then there was this snapping sound, like a branch breaking, but a thick one, and closer, much closer than before. Both of us froze. Sarah finally noticed I wasn't joking around. She looked at me, her eyes wide. "What was that?" she whispered. I didn't answer. I just pointed towards the trees, the direction the sound had come from. We both stared, holding our breath, straining our eyes in the fading light. For what felt like forever, there was nothing. Just the sounds of the park again, the river, the leaves rustling in the real wind now, the kind that moves through the tops of the trees. I started to think maybe it was just an animal, a deer or something. Maybe I was completely overreacting. Then the trees started to move, not from the wind. Something was pushing through them, breaking branches, shaking bushes, forcing its way towards us. It was loud now, crashing and snapping, and whatever it was big, massive. My heart started hammering in my chest. I could feel the blood rushing in my ears. Sarah was pale, her eyes fixed on the moving trees. She grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. And then it stepped out of the trees. I wish I could describe it in a way that makes sense, in a way that people would believe, but I can't. It was wrong. Completely, fundamentally wrong. It was huge, taller than a man, maybe 7, 8 feet tall, hulking, with massive shoulders and long arms that reached almost to the ground. Its skin, it looked green, but not like plant green, more like decaying green, like something rotten and festering. Slimy, too. It looked wet and glistening in the dim light, even though it wasn't raining. But the face, oh God, the face, that's what I can't get out of my head. It wasn't human, not even close. It was broad, flat, with these slits for nostrils and a wide, gaping mouth filled with teeth. Not neat rows of teeth, but jagged, uneven fangs, yellowish and wet-looking like the skin. And its eyes, they were small, beady, but they shone. Yellow too, like glowing coals. And they were fixed on us. It moved slowly, deliberately out of the trees. It didn't walk like a man or an animal. It sort of lumbered like it was too big for its own body, dragging itself forward. The ground seemed to shake with each step. We were frozen, paralyzed with terror. We just stared at it, our minds refusing to process what we were seeing. It couldn't be real. It just couldn't. But it was right there, in front of us, maybe 50 feet away, its glowing eyes burning into us. It let out a sound then, not a roar, not a growl, but something guttural. A low, rumbling sound that vibrated in my chest, that made the air itself seem to tremble. It was like the sound of something dying, something huge and in pain, mixed with hunger. That sound broke the spell. Sarah screamed, a high, piercing scream that ripped through the quiet park. I think I screamed too, but I don't remember. All I remember is pure, unfiltered terror. We scrambled back, stumbling over the picnic blanket, knocking over the basket. We didn't even think, we just ran towards the car, our only thought to get away from that thing. I fumbled with the car keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. Sarah was screaming, hysterical now, pulling at my arm, urging me to hurry. I dropped the keys, scrabbling on the ground to find them, my eyes still fixed on the edge of the trees. It was moving again, closer now, lumbering towards us. Finally, I got the key in the lock, yanked the door open and shoved Sarah inside. I scrambled in after her, slamming the door shut and locking it. I didn't even think about starting the car at first. I just sat there, pressed back against the seat, staring at the windshield, waiting for it to appear. And it did. It came out of the trees again, closer this time, much closer. It was right there, at the edge of the clearing, maybe 20 feet from the car. It was even bigger up close, its stench even worse. That smell, like rotting meat, mixed with stagnant water and something else, something chemical. It filled the air, even inside the car. It stared at us. Those yellow eyes, burning into us, filled with something. Not just hunger, but malice, like it knew we were trapped and it was enjoying our fear. Then it started to move again, towards the car. Slowly at first, then faster, its heavy feet pounding on the ground. The car rocked slightly as it moved, as if the very ground was trembling. It reached the car, and then it did something I will never, ever forget. It raised its arm, one of those massive, slimy arms, with fingers that looked like they were tipped with claws, and it slammed it against the windshield. The sound was deafening, like a gunshot right next to my ear. The windshield buckled, spiderweb cracks spreading across the glass. Sarah screamed again, even louder this time. I felt like I was going to pass out. It hit the windshield again, and again, each blow shaking the car, the glass cracking more and more. I could see its face, pressed close to the windshield now, those yellow eyes right in front of me, the fangs bared in a snarl. The stench was overwhelming, choking us. I could feel something wet and slimy splatter on the windshield with each hit. I didn't want to know what it was. I knew we were going to die, trapped in that car, with that thing trying to break in. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. We were completely helpless, but then something snapped in me. Panic gave way to something else. Maybe it was just adrenaline, pure fight or flight kicking in. I don't know. But I reached for the ignition. My hands were still shaking, but somehow I got the key in and turned it. The engine sputtered, then caught. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal. The car lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. I didn't even think about looking at Sarah or at the monster anymore. I just drove as fast as I could back down the park road, bouncing over bumps, branches scraping against the sides of the car. I didn't stop, didn't slow down, didn't look back. I just kept driving until we were out of the park, back on the main road, heading towards town. I didn't stop until we were at the diner parking lot, miles away. I parked the car, turned off the engine, and just sat there, shaking, breathing heavily. Sarah was still whimpering beside me, clutching my arm. We sat there for a long time, just staring straight ahead. Neither of us spoke. What could we say? Did you just see that too? It felt too unreal, too impossible to put into words. Finally, Sarah spoke, her voice barely a whisper. What was that, Jess? I shook my head. I don't know. I honestly don't know. We looked at each other, both of us pale, shaking, still reeking of that awful stench. And then we saw it. On the windshield, right in front of us, a smear of something slimy, greenish-yellow, like pus mixed with pond scum, and a few streaks of something darker, almost black, like tar, but thicker, stickier. And the cracks. The windshield was a mess of spiderweb cracks, radiating out from the center, right where it had hit. It was a miracle it hadn't shattered completely. We sat there, in the diner parking lot, in the dark, staring at the cracked windshield and the slime, the smell still clinging to the car, to us. And we knew. We both knew what we had seen was real. Something monstrous, something impossible, something terrifyingly real. We never went back to Willow Creek Park, not ever, and we never told anyone what we saw that night. Who would believe us? Monster in the park. They'd laugh us out of town. Maybe call the cops on us for being drunk or something, but we knew, and sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the smell of decay in my nostrils, the image of those yellow eyes burning in my mind, the sound of that monstrous fist slamming against the windshield, echoing in my ears. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that whatever it was, it's still out there, somewhere in the woods, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the darkness to fall. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can still smell that stench. And I remember Willow Creek Park, and the green monster in the trees. And I shudder, because I know it was real. And I know, deep down, that some things are just not meant to be seen. And once you've seen them, you can never unsee them. Never. Story 14. We'd gone to the cabin for 3 weeks, thinking it'd be this perfect summer escape. Shadow Creek Woods, Southwest Virginia. Sounded idyllic when we booked it. Remote, quiet, exactly what Emily and I needed to unwind. We packed up the SUV, the dogs, Buster and Luna, big German shepherds, practically bounced with excitement, thinking, adventure. Little did we know. The cabin itself was nice enough, you know, rustic. Log walls, fireplace, that whole vibe. Hemlock Ridge, they called it, surrounded by trees, dense woods all around. Cell service was patchy, internet non-existent, which was part of the appeal initially. We wanted to disconnect, be off-grid for a bit. First few days were exactly that, peaceful. We hiked, read books on the porch swing, cooked meals together, the dogs explored the woods, happy as clams. Everything smelled like pine and damp earth. Evenings were quiet, just the crickets and the rustling leaves. We felt miles away from everything, which was the whole point. Then Jedediah showed up. He was our closest neighbor, apparently, lived a few miles down the road. Cattle farmer from a place called Oak Haven, grizzled guy, weathered face, drove an old pickup truck. He came by with some tomatoes and zucchini from his garden, real friendly. We offered him a beer, sat on the porch swing, chatting. He seemed like a good old country type. But then he started talking about his cattle, said things were getting weird. He told us about these mutilations happening to his cows and to other farms nearby, not like wolves or bears. Said the cuts were too clean, too precise, no blood around. He used words like surgical, foxes, coyotes, even bears. They're messy eaters, he explained. This was something different. He'd lost 3 cows in the past month, each found in different pastures, miles apart. And it wasn't just him. Other farmers were talking, scared. He'd heard whispers about government experiments gone wrong, cults, even aliens. He kind of laughed when he said aliens, but there was this real unease in his eyes. He mentioned local legends too, old stories about strange things in the woods, things best left alone. Emily and I exchanged glances. We thought he was maybe a bit too into conspiracy theories, you know, but his worry felt real. It definitely put a slight damper on the serenity of it all. We thanked him for the vegetables. He drove off, and we went back inside. But the conversation lingered, made you think twice about just wandering into the woods at dusk, that's for sure. The next few days were tense, maybe. We tried to brush it off, enjoy our vacation, but Jedediah's words were in the back of our minds. Every strange sound in the woods at night, every snapping twig, felt a little less innocent. We kept the dogs closer to the cabin, didn't let them roam as far. We even started locking the doors at night, which we hadn't bothered with the first few nights, feeling so isolated and safe. Then came Saturday. We'd invited some friends up for a barbecue. Sarah and Mark and Liam drove up in the afternoon. We grilled burgers, drank beers, laughed, played cornhole in the yard. It was a great day, felt almost normal. They left around 10 p.m., driving back to the city. After they left, it got quiet again. Real quiet, that deep woods quiet that feels heavy, you know? We cleaned up, let the dogs out one last time, then headed inside, tired but content. We fell asleep pretty quickly, I guess. I don't know what exactly woke me up. Not a specific noise at first, just this sense. Like when you feel someone staring at you. My eyes snapped open and I was just alert. Emily was asleep beside me, the dogs were downstairs. We'd started letting them sleep downstairs in their beds since Jedediah's visit, just for, I don't know, extra security maybe? I lay there for a minute, listening. Nothing. Just the usual night sounds, the crickets, a gentle breeze rustling the trees. Maybe I just had a weird dream, I thought. Then it happened. A crash. Not just a branch falling, but a loud, violent crash. Like something big hit something hard. It came from outside, somewhere near the front of the cabin, where we'd parked my truck. Immediately, Buster and Luna went ballistic. They started barking like crazy, deep, aggressive barks, the kind that means serious danger. Emily bolted upright in bed, eyes wide with fear. "What was that?" she whispered, grabbing my arm. "I don't know," I said, heart pounding. "Stay here." Adrenaline was flooding me. My mind raced. Bear, deer running into the truck, vandals, out here. Seemed unlikely. But the dogs, they were reacting like it was something seriously bad. I didn't want to go outside, honestly. But I couldn't just stay in bed, paralyzed. I had to check. For Emily, for the dogs, for us. I swung my legs out of bed, my hands shaking slightly. I pulled on some sweatpants, didn't even bother with a shirt. Barefoot, I crept to the bedroom door, listening again. The dogs were still going nuts downstairs, barking, growling, even whimpering a little. There was a different edge to their barking, a real fear in it. That scared me even more. I reached for the flashlight we kept on the bedside table. A small mag light, not much, but better than nothing. I went to the top of the stairs, peered down. The dogs were at the front door, jumping, scratching, snarling. Whatever was out there, they were terrified of it and desperate to get to it. "Buster, Luna, quiet," I hissed, but they ignored me, their barks echoing through the cabin. Taking a deep breath, I slowly went down the stairs. Every creak of the wooden steps sounded deafening in the silence between the dogs' barks. I reached the bottom, my hand shaking as I unlocked the front door. I didn't want to open it, not really. But I had to know what was out there. I edged the door open slowly, just a crack, peering out into the darkness. Nothing. Just the inky blackness of the woods, the shadows of the trees stretching out into the yard. The dogs pushed past me, bursting out onto the porch, barking even louder, running towards the side of the cabin where my truck was parked. I flipped the light switch for the floodlights on the deck. Suddenly, the whole yard was bathed in harsh, white light. And then I saw it. Beside my truck, right at the edge of the deck, was something tall, massive. At first, I couldn't even process what I was seeing. It was just there, looming. It was hairy, covered in long, thick hair that was white, almost grey in the floodlights. It was hunched over, rummaging around in the bed of my truck, its back to me. It was huge, towering over my truck, easily 7 feet tall, maybe more. It was bulky, powerful looking, with these massive arms that ended in claws. Long, thick, wickedly sharp claws, like something out of a nightmare. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, just staring, flashlight beam trembling in my hand. The dogs were going absolutely insane, barking, snarling, snapping at its legs, but it was like it didn't even notice them. It was just focused on whatever it was doing to my truck. I couldn't see its face, not yet. Just this massive, hairy back, those huge arms, those terrifying claws. It was tearing at something in the truck bed, ripping and pulling. I could hear the sound of metal scraping, tearing. What the hell was it doing? Slowly, impossibly, it began to straighten up, rising, until it was standing fully upright, casting a long, monstrous shadow across the yard. And then it turned. It turned, slowly, deliberately, and looked right at me, and I saw its face. It wasn't human, not really. It had a face, yes, 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, but distorted, wrong. The eyes were dark, deep-set and wide, too wide like a prey animal, but intelligent too, disturbingly so. The nose was flat, almost piggish, but with wide nostrils that flared as it breathed. The mouth, it was just a gash, really, filled with teeth that were too long, too sharp, like rows of needles, and the whole face was framed by that white, almost grey hair, wild and matted. But the worst part, the part that truly paralyzed me with terror, was its expression. It wasn't angry, it wasn't aggressive, it was scared, pure, unadulterated terror. Its eyes were wide with fear, pupils dilated, reflecting the floodlights in these huge, terrified orbs. Its mouth was open, not in a snarl, but in a silent scream. And then it happened. It screeched, but not like any animal sound I'd ever heard. It wasn't a growl or a roar or a howl. It was a screech. A high-pitched, ear-splitting, blood-curdling screech of absolute primal terror. It ripped through the night, a sound of pure, unimaginable fear and pain. It was a sound that burrowed into your bones, that made your blood run cold, that made every hair on your body stand on end. And it was coming from it. This massive, monstrous creature was screeching in terror at me. For a split second, everything froze. Just the screech echoing in the night, the dogs still barking frantically, the floodlights blazing down, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it moved. It didn't attack. It didn't even come towards me. It turned, and it ran. It bolted, with incredible speed for something so big. It leaped off the deck, crashing through the bushes at the edge of the yard, disappearing into the darkness of the Shadow Creek woods. The screech faded, swallowed by the trees, leaving only the frantic barking of my dogs and the deafening silence of the woods, somehow now even more menacing than before. I stood there, frozen, flashlight still clutched in my hand, beam shaking wildly. My heart was pounding, hammering in my chest. I couldn't breathe properly. My legs felt like jelly. I just stared into the darkness where it had vanished, my mind completely blank. What the hell had I just seen? Emily was behind me suddenly, her hand on my shoulder. She was shaking too. "Neil, what was that? What happened?" Her voice was trembling. I couldn't speak. I just pointed to the woods, still staring into the blackness. Emily followed my gaze, then back at me, her face pale, eyes wide with fear and confusion. We stood there like statues for what felt like forever, listening to the dogs slowly quiet down, their barking turning into whimpers, then uneasy growls. Eventually I found my voice, but it was just a hoarse whisper. I don't know. I don't know what I saw." We slowly moved forward, cautiously approaching the truck. The truck bed was a mess. The tarp we'd had covering some firewood was ripped to shreds, tossed aside. Pieces of wood were scattered everywhere. And in the middle of it all, something was gone. We'd had a cooler in the truck bed. A large, heavy-duty cooler full of leftovers from the barbecue, burgers, chicken, potato salad, everything. It was gone, vanished, like it had been snatched up and taken into the woods. The metal siding of the truck bed was scratched, deeply gouged, like something with massive claws had been tearing at it. There were strands of white, almost grey, hair caught on the jagged metal edges, the same color hair as it. We just stared at the truck bed in stunned silence, then at each other. Neither of us could speak. The reality of what we'd just seen, what we'd just experienced, was too much to process. It felt like a nightmare, but we were both wide awake. We both saw it. We both heard it. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. We stayed up, sitting in the living room, lights on, dogs at our feet, listening to every sound from the woods, jumping at shadows. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us both flinch. We didn't talk much, just sat there in stunned silence. The image of that creature, that screech, burned into our minds. As soon as dawn broke, we started packing. Hasty, disorganized packing. Throwing everything into bags, not caring if it was folded or neat, just wanting to get out of there. We loaded the SUV, the dogs sensing our anxiety, whimpering and pacing. We didn't even bother cleaning the cabin properly, didn't care about getting our deposit back. We just wanted to leave Hemlock Ridge, leave Shadow Creek Woods, and never look back. We drove away as the sun rose, the woods looking menacing and dark in the early morning light. We didn't speak much on the drive either, just numb. The closer we got to civilization, to normal life, the more unreal it all seemed.